Good morning, and welcome. Good morning. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to our day 2 on part 2 of addressing racism from within the social work profession, reflections on past and present. I wanted to start the morning by giving you a couple of reminders. One is that all presentations will be made available on the University of Houston website, which is hosting our conference. Also, there are not CEUs available, unfortunately. And remember to type your questions in the YouTube chat. We can't see them when we're on stage, but we have doctoral students who are collecting them. And when we have time for Q&A, we will definitely be able to address some of your questions. Okay, so this is our first session of day 2. And this morning/afternoon, we continue the conversation with 3 papers that tie together around uprooting whiteness and in both, I would say, academic and practice spaces that we'll hear about. And just as a little frame, last night around 4 a.m, oddly enough, I woke up from a dream, one might call it a nightmare, where I had to defend a paper on Jane Addams. And after 20 years, I guess I went back to graduate school. And some of you know, in my first work as a PhD student, I studied and critiqued the work of the Hull House women, including Jane Addams, in relation to their views on girls and sexuality. In looking back in this work, what I failed to do was to fully call out the underlying discourse behind many of their views and operating structures, which was protecting whiteness. And how many of us, particularly white scholars, have failed to call out and see whiteness where it operates. And when we look for and study and want to enact structural change and racial justice, we do have to be able to name whiteness and how ideologies and systems of white power are operating in order to change it. And that includes studies of the systems governing our profession. And I believe we have a lot of work to do in this regard. And it's great to see that many new scholars are working on studies of whiteness, which is what we part and parcel of this this movement that we're having right now to lead toward an anti-racist future. And as we heard yesterday from so many of our colleagues, and particularly our BIPOC colleagues, who spoke about addressing racism from within, we do need to be able to interrogate our profession, our practices, our policies, and our structures of the academy in order to make the changes that we want to see. And representation, as we were reminded, is not enough. So with that, I'm excited to introduce our set of 3 speakers. We will have 3 papers, one, Everyday Whiteness and the Failure of Private Life by William Frey, Becoming Anti-Racist Social Workers by Marian Malcolm and Britt Holmberg, and Calling Out Racism in Social Work, Why We Should and Why We Don't by Tracy Whitaker. Our first speaker is William Frey, who is a PhD candidate in social work and sociology at Columbia University and facilitator of a space of uprooting whiteness at Columbia School of Social Work. His research focuses on the transdisciplinary interrogation of whiteness, anti-racist praxis, and social media, bridging the psychosociological and the technocultural. As a doctoral research assistant, William is currently working with the Cogburn Research Group, directed by Dr. Courtney Cogburn, and he is examining the role of racism in health and social inequities and critical race consciousness development in social work education. And if you don't follow William on Twitter, you should, because he has an amazing set of resources and readings for us all. And I've learned a lot from William, and I look forward to hearing him today. So welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Abrams, for that wonderful introduction. And I want to begin by sharing my appreciation for the opportunity to speak today. So like Dr. Abrams said, my name is William Fry, and I'm a PhD student, unfortunately not a candidate yet, but I'm glad you all have faith in me. At Columbia University's School of Social Work, and I also co-facilitate a weekly intra-group dialogue called The Space for Uprooting Whiteness. So most of what I will share today was written during the summer of 2020, during the beginnings of the COVID pandemic and another iteration of global Black Lives Matter mobilization and movements. The following presentation is meant to engage the words of James Baldwin, a quote about the relationship between public stances in our private lives and what this means for a person such as myself, categorized as a white man, what this means for social work institutions, and what this means for the profession of social work as a whole. And throughout the presentation, I will shift between these kind of levels of engagement. The last thing I want to mention before I begin is that this is not a research presentation. This presentation is developed from an essay meant to take seriously our current moment, drawing on my own reading, writing, and experiences. I say this because at times you may feel a messiness, a lingering of things that do not sit right or clearly, and I'm ready and willing to sit here with you. So I want to begin with a quote by James Baldwin from his unfinished 1970s manuscript, Remember This House. Now, someone could write a book, as many have, on what Baldwin is referencing in this quote, but I want to focus on the highlighted area specifically. Virtually no American appears able to achieve any viable organic connection between his public stance and his private life. This failure of the private life has always had the most devastating effect on American public conduct and on Black-white relations. Baldwin's words offer a mirror for our current moment, which will only prove to be more stark in coming weeks, months, and years. The end of May 2020 marked an unprecedented outpour of statements from companies and institutions around hashtag Black Lives Matter and the continued and historical murdering of Black people by police. What seemed like every company and organization didn't want to miss the opportunity to make it known about where they stand publicly. I've just included a couple of examples here from Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and the current institution I'm a part of, Columbia School of Social Work. Even a group of white celebrities couldn't resist the urge to not only make their own public stances, but help you with your own. They created an entire website where they will draft your public stance for you. Can't think of anything to take responsibility for? No need to worry. They have a set list of 13 options to pick from. And unfortunately, only 4 ways to, quote, make it better. So I had to try it out for myself, and just like that, within a matter of seconds, I had taken responsibility for making racist jokes and not being inclusive, while demanding for police accountability and donating to families affected, whatever that means, all without leaving my bed. I thought to myself, damn, who knew taking responsibility could be this easy? Now, it is not my purpose here to speak about the contradictions between these statements and the practices of the companies and people who make them, including many of schools of social work, I might add, as many others have written on similar subjects and are far more suitable for the task than I am, including James Baldwin himself. I also do not want to discount the very real, tangible, and material accomplishments by BLM movements at this point in time around the so-called United States and world. Furthermore, it is also not my purpose to end this presentation with a clear and clean call to action for white people in schools of social work to do these 4 things and read these 6 books, as there are plenty of resources serving this purpose. I break from solutions and ways to act, which often, in and of themselves, serve to feed our white desires to know, do, and seem. Instead, I want to focus, as James Baldwin has called us to, on relationship between these public stances and, quote, private lives. How do we live in this moment with such massive contradictions between how we present our lives publicly and how we live those everyday lives as white people, as people with roles in white-centering institutions, and in this profession of social work? I've definitely had moments where I've said or posted something that may be contradicted by my own choices and actions in other areas of my life. I want to suggest, as others have before me, that these public stances are a kind of performance, knowing what to say or post to perform anti-racism. But how am I actually living in alignment with those posts and statements? These are the kinds of questions we've tried to confront collectively in the space for uprooting whiteness. So almost every Wednesday night for the last 15 months, a group of white social work graduate students and I have been engaging with what it means to be categorized as white, where this structurally and historically positions us, and what this positioning requires of us. Now, despite these intentions, many students initially come to the space for immediate answers and action, personally wondering what they need to do right now to be not racist, to be harmless, to be the, quote, good white person, and to do the, quote, right thing. And even more recently, to be an ally, accomplice, anti-racist, or the latest socially desirable role. The very first group started with reflections on what this means around performing whiteness. How are we performing whiteness in our everyday lives? What do these performances of whiteness do? Who do they serve? In what ways do we attempt to perform as the good white person? And I wanted the students to think about public stances as performances of whiteness and also as acts of separation. Many of these students were obsessed with being separate from other students and faculty in the school who were considered the racists. Much of what they shared publicly was a complex effort to position themselves as different, good, better white people, no matter how much education they had had on racism being a system beyond the acts of individuals. And so in the beginning of June 2020, as I saw white people all over social media, including members from our group, working quite hard to distance themselves from racism and police, while also feeling similar urges to do the same, I returned to Sarah Ahmed's 2006 piece, The Non-Performativity of Anti-Racism. She writes of anti-racist speech acts as non-performative, as they, quote, do not do what they say. They do not, as it were, commit a person, organization, or state to an action, because the conditions are not in place that are required for the action to succeed. Her work calls us to confront some pressing and critical questions. What conditions are not in place in the lives of white people for actions of anti-racism to succeed? What conditions are not in place in schools of social work and the profession as a whole? Do public stances about Black Lives Mattering attempt to find their ways into our private white lives and hegemonically white institutions? If so, where do they get stuck? What would happen if they got through? As the white world co-ops and gentrifies hashtag Black Lives Matter and schools of social work adopt the language of anti-racism, business as usual continues on. White Americans failing to connect our public stances once again with the ways we live our everyday lives. What is happening between the lines, in the mundane, in the intimate? As I reflected on these public stances and what it means to be categorized as white in this moment, I asked myself these questions. Who and what are these public stances for? What do these public stances look like, feel like, act like in my private everyday life? What happens when I, mistake a stance for life, proclamation for practice? How does white performativity influence who we see ourselves to be in relation to racism? Now, what happens when many of these public stances are inevitably not taken up into our private lives or in our institutional practices? Public stances often seek to reify the status quo and prevent further interrogation of the inner workings of whiteness, how systems of domination intimately move throughout our everyday lives. Public stances also fail to uproot the ways we embody whiteness, the everyday, the mundane, the ways whiteness is taken up into the intimate, the private, the body, our movement and touching. If these public stances, these speech acts, do not do what we think they do, why do we do them? Performances allow us to continue protecting the ways whiteness operates in our private lives, whiteness taken up within ourselves, as ourselves. Public performances seek absolution rather than a deeper engagement, taking up whiteness as an identity rather than what it is, a site, a positioning within a system. As Baldwin states, as long as you think you are white, there's no hope for you. As long as we are unable to engage that whiteness is not coming from within us, neither natural nor biological, but slots us into systems of domination as collective arbiters of that domination, we will continue to trick ourselves into thinking we are protecting ourselves, while protecting structures of whiteness instead. Furthermore, public stances often position anti-Black racism as an additional problem to act against, rather than a core foundation of our private lives from which no public stance can distance us. How do we come to terms with the reality that our private lives in white space, to white people, are rooted in practices of supremacy and domination? How are the ways we are connected with one another founded in extracting, commodifying, policing, imprisoning, and in harmful liberal fallacies of individualism, egalitarianism, and meritocracy? The ways we have been socialized to connect with people are rooted in those same practices of racial domination. For example, calling police as a normative and unquestioned way that whiteness handles anything and everything. How do we begin to notice and uproot the privacies of whiteness? What is it about our private lives that we are so terrified of? How are they constructed? What are they built upon? What is it about the concoction of whiteness and privacy that we cannot bear to disrupt? Now, even I have my own ideas around what white people should be doing, but I want to spend a little bit of time on the idea of actions and solutions, what they do and why we tend to focus so much on specific understandings of them. Now, there's no shortage of materials to give us answers around what white people should be doing. That is to say, if white folks are looking for answers to these questions, we will find them. What books to read, what organizations to support, and what practices we must engage to put us on the quote right path. And while these resources hold value and are necessary, they're often sought for distorted reasons rooted in logics of whiteness, like desires to know, be autonomous, and to be self-mastered or separate from others in history. That my actions as a white man are taken up so I can know better and thus do better. Through knowledge, I can autonomously decide to separate myself from centuries-old systems of domination. And finally, that this can be an individual process, a journey of self-mastery, or what Janet Mawini calls a move to innocence. These actions lead to a replication of white supremacist master narratives, and a reinvestment in reformist logics of white domination, and foundationally, a false sense of action and change. The work we do in the spaces I facilitate involve processes which seek to engage these desires to reinvest, these reflexes of whiteness which seek reform, normativity, and a snapping back into white hegemonic social formations and geographies. The processes in the space involve obfuscation, a losing of one's balance, and what philosopher George Yancey calls a lingering. Our shared practice in this space is losing one's way through unrelenting collective self-interrogation. We do not seek answers necessarily, we ask questions, while practicing and refining our role in collective movements. Answers have a tendency to be taken up by whiteness, co-opted, and twisted for protection. So what happens when we as white folks notice, engage, and question our everyday, our mundane, the un-Instagrammable moments? What conditions in our lives do we see as normal? What practices have we dedicated ourselves to that continue on without any critical thought or questioning? The ways our white bodies and emotions learn and produce racism in our daily decisions and meaning-making processes produce normative white culture. The ways I buy into processes reifying whiteness as common sense, as rational, as logical, as the easy and unquestioned way of living life. The ways my body betrays all the supposed intellectual work I have done, all the books on race and racism I have read, and clings to a somatic anti-Blackness steamed into my skin, a somatic settler colonialism defining my purpose as served through extraction and competition. Frequently, as white people, we are those who get in the way of abolition, of accountability, of transparency, of institutional dismantling and change, instead choosing to further invest in white logics and ways of knowing, protecting once again the lie that solutions and actions that do not abolish whiteness will ever suffice for any meaningful material change. Mobilizing whiteness as lack of imagination and clinging to our fear of a world without police, while continuing to support reform that will inevitably lead to prolonged genocide, exploitation, and marginalization of people of color by the US nation state and by whiteness. All the while, posting hashtag Black Lives Matter on our social media pages and working to find the perfect words for anti-racist organizational statements, the perfect anti-racist educational curricula, the perfectly situated policy solutions. Anything short of an existential and holistic upheaval and uprooting of our entire collective positionalities will lead to co-optation by structures of whiteness through a reforming and renaming of racism. Our ingrained urges to reinvest in whiteness are too strong to be deconstructed solely by public-facing, shallow stances. Herein lies the failure of which Baldwin speaks, a failure to interrogate how our investments in whiteness are predicated on Blackness as inhuman and inferior, Black lives not mattering, a failure to connect the public stances we make with the actions that must follow, a collective undertaking. Anti-racism must not and cannot be done alone. A focus on everyday practice is not to be mistaken for a sole focus on individuals. Interrogations of the everyday are collective undertakings, locating ourselves in our private lives in the structures of whiteness and racism, while igniting everyday collective actions. As James Baldwin wrote in May 1966, the price of change is awful, and it is also extremely concrete. And one's got to be prepared, I think, to lose everything one hoped for and everything one has. Now I end here, unresolved. What if our normative white markers of progress, change, and action are insufficient and unable to accurately gauge white people's role and participation in anti-racism? What if we have to shift our entire worldview and abandon everything we thought and felt to be true, requiring us to sit and live in obfuscation, in the unknown, in the out of control? What if it costs us our blood ties? What if it costs us our jobs, our saviorism, our personal hero narratives, our individualism? What if it costs us our institutions and schools? And finally, what if it costs us the profession of social work? Sitting with these potentialities and the depth of what everyday practices require of us, would we be willing to shift our focus from publicly proving how anti-racist we are to how we live our everyday lives? Thank you.
Wow, William, that was really powerful, really honest, really revealing. And you gave us a lot to think about, particularly those of us, in the profession who've held positions of power and who are white. When we really think about what change looks like, do we really think about what do we give up, right, to really embody what anti-racism would look like? So I really appreciate that quite a bit. And I know that you have developed kind of this group and a set of resources. I guess one quick question: is this what you're focusing your doctoral work on, or is this?
It's a really good question. I have many projects right now, and some of them are focused on racial ethnic socialization and how do white folks get socialized into domination.
Mhm.
And then other work has to do with how do we confront this positionality beyond just this embodiment that we are white, and that's what we need to admit. And then and so many folks, including folks at UC Berkeley, thinking about Dr. Zeus Leonardo, who are talking about white privilege as insufficient for that type of conversation. And I see social work education going in a dangerous path right now that reifies whiteness as something that is natural and biological, rather than connecting us to collective movements and an engagement in that type of work. So yeah.
Interesting. Well, we look forward to hearing more from you during the Q&A.
Thank you.
One thing that has come up in many schools of social work in the wake of the, I guess, more performative anti-racism trend that you might want to maybe think about is, are there specific pedagogies or interventions you could think about, to extend your work down in the practice arena. So, yeah.
Think about.
So we will be hearing from folks who have done trainings and interventions, and so this will be a nice segue. Thank you, William.
Of course, thank you.
Okay. Our next, as I said, we're going to segue now into our second paper, which is really a nice accompaniment: Becoming Anti-Racist Social Workers, Marian Malcolm and Britt Holmberg. Hello.
Hi.
And welcome. Nice to see you.
Hi, thank you.
Wow.
And I realized I forgot to introduce myself earlier today. So I'm Laura Abrams and professor and chair at the UCLA Luskin Social Welfare. Marian Malcolm, MSW, LCSW, is a doctoral candidate, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I got it right this time. At the University of Chicago, recently renamed, but we still call it SSA. And Marian's research interests are at the intersection of place, race, and mental health. She's interested in understanding the mental health impact of living in high-burden urban community contexts and improving mental health outcomes of Black mothers experiencing poverty. Marian has over a decade of experience in direct clinical social work in the field of mental health and has developed and facilitated trainings on anti-racist social work for clinicians and social service agencies. And I'm assuming you worked alongside Britt in that regard. Okay. So Britt has a master's in divinity, MSW, LCSW, and has a decade of experience providing mental health services. He's also co-creator of Becoming an Anti-Racist Social Worker training. Britt received a bachelor's from Cornell University, a master's degree in social work at Loyola University, and an MDiv from Garrett Theological Seminary. Prior to joining Loyola University of Chicago's Student Wellness Center as a therapist, Britt offered individual and group therapy to adults in hospital and private practice settings. Britt's clinical interests include mindfulness, anti-racist practice, spirituality, and group work. And what's really exciting about your talk today is that we're going to bring it to the level of, okay, what do we do? So I'm excited to hear.
Great. All right, so I guess we are on. Well, thank you for having us. Do you want to add anything to your intro, Britt, or we're good to go?
I think we're good. Yeah, thanks so much for having us. We're excited.
All right. So a bit of an overview. We're going to talk a little bit about the context in which we sit, which is Chicago. Talk a bit about our positionality and then our overall approach to becoming an anti-racist social worker, lessons learned, promises and challenges with the work that we've done, and then our vision and hopes as we look ahead. And so, first of all, it's important at the outset to really be explicit about our positionalities, as it has and continues to shape our approach to anti-racism in the social work profession. Positionality refers to our individual social locations and worldview, and it really challenges us to stay attuned to our relationship to power in various contexts. I'm Marian. Some of the most salient identities that I think about, I identify as a Black woman, as a mother, and as a social worker, which, you know, is part of our shared identities. But as a Black woman, as a first generation college student, as well.
Yeah, and in terms of where I'm coming from, so I'm a white identified individual. I use he and they pronouns, but tend to be identified as male. I'm also a parent and have been engaged in anti-racism work for really since college. That's when I sort of had my awakening. And so I do want to say that I do a lot of this work with in the context or on the shoulders of a lot of really fantastic educators. Professor Don Barr, who has since passed away, James Turner, and then also the People's Institute for Survival and Beyond were the first organization where I developed I started learning this language of race, which as a young white person growing up in upstate New York, I was never really taught. So those are some of the identities I'm bringing into each training. And we get a lot of feedback that having these multiple identities and multiple positionalities is really part of what makes this training powerful, because some of us, you know, Marian's able to that I can't say. She has her lived experience. I'm able to also say things that that sort of come out of my unique positionality. And then we have these shared identities, right? As clinical social workers in the field for over a decade, both of us, using these stories, using our lived experiences, thinking about our experiences through a systems lens, and not just, you know, so much when people are thinking about racism, they're thinking about it through individual acts of racism, which is certainly important, right? There's a lot of harm there, but also pulling back and looking at the systems and looking at how the structural racism is impacting communities, not just communities of color, but also white individuals and white communities as well. We're both advocates for racial justice and for in terms of supporting clients, and we bring sort of a strengths-based approach to the work we do. We're both based in Chicago, and we are, I think, really both love group processes and group facilitation and kind of bringing clinical skills into these trainings that we do, and sort of understanding them through a therapeutic lens.
Absolutely.
So in terms of Chicago, we wanted to just speak a little bit more about our context, because we think that's really relevant for how this training emerged and how it's also flourished. So we both come from community mental health, and during sort of shortly around when we were doing this work and starting it, there were many of the community members on the South and West Side, which are the predominantly Black and Latino neighborhoods in Chicago, were closed by Mayor Rahm Emanuel. Also during that time, the mayor Rahm Emanuel shut down about 50 to 55 public schools and many of them also in that same area. So like we're seeing, again, the systemic disinvestment in these communities. And meanwhile, there's a surge of violence, right? Because people's basic needs are not being met, and people are not feeling invested in and seen. And so we're seeing a resurgence of violence in the last several years in a lot of these communities, but across the city. And then we live in one of the most segregated cities in the country. So interestingly enough, about a third of Chicagoans are white identified, a third are Latinx, and a third are Black identified, with the remaining 10% kind of a combination of lots of other races and ethnicities. But there's very little opportunity for engagement, and because a lot of these neighborhoods are segregated, and there's a historical element to that that we don't have time to go into. That said, we have a lot of strengths in this city. So we don't want to paint this as sort of a completely negative picture, but there's a huge history of community organizing. There's been a ton of great work going on currently as well. We just passed at the state level some fantastic reforms around criminal justice, around ending money bail as a state, which is fantastic. And we also have a really, really vibrant immigrant population that's sort of that we're working to protect, especially under the last presidency, but also learning from and growing from. It's very dynamic. So lots of strengths here as well.
And so a little bit about our approach to becoming an anti-racist social worker. So we initially designed this training in 2013. When I was a supervisor and Britt was a clinician on a newly formed intensive case management team at an academic medical center in the heart of the city of Chicago. We both had a passion for and experiences with various forms of education, community engagement, and training related to working with communities of color. In our clinical supervision, we would often discuss the challenges that our clients, who were primarily BIPOC identified adults with severe mental illnesses, our clients faced a lot of challenges, and we felt that in large part, these challenges were due to their race and social location. And we were really frustrated with the fact that our clients who were struggling with these chronic illnesses and the impact of various forms of racism, the race and racism and structural racism was not being explicitly discussed in our multidisciplinary teams that we worked on that provided this care to our clients. And so thinking about how we leverage power and privilege as social workers, because we do have some, right? And so I leveraged the power that I had as a team lead and that we both had as professionals to develop a training that we entitled Becoming an Anti-Racist Social Worker. At the time, in 2013, we felt like we were really taking a risk or being provocative to put anti-racist in the title of our training, because at that time, race and more specifically anti-racism was not being discussed in healthcare settings the way that they may be now, at least from our perspective and view. Much of our approach has been initially guided by several bodies of work, as Britt mentioned, people that we have trained with, a lot of reading that we have done. But we want to particularly lift up the work of Beverly Daniel Tatum related to racial identity development, and then also our own adaptation of some of the training that Britt received from the People's Institute for Survival and Beyond, coupled with my own knowledge of African American history and both of our clinical experience related to mental health. And so one of the quotes that really has guided our approach to addressing racism from within is listed here. It says, racial amnesia, born from protecting you against the unpleasant realization about your complicity in racial oppression, is difficult to overcome. It requires an active pursuit of self-truth and the ability to beat the pain and discomfort from looking at your own racism. And so it's from that we've kind of conceptualized and thought about how we can focus on clinicians and providers, right? And that's who we are, and then who we had access to. So again, thinking about our positionality and how we came to our understanding about how to support clinicians in becoming more anti-racist. And so we offered our very first training for free. I always like to say that. At the National Association of Social Workers, our state conference. And from there, it just really took off back in 2013.
In terms of a little bit more about our approach, I think one of the things that is, we have a few things that we sort of have created that are unique. One is these group agreements, which we really emphasize on creating a brave space where people can come and be vulnerable and talk about this, because we find that people in general, clinicians, don't have these conversations. They're not having them in clinical spaces, although we hear more and more that this year, after the uprisings in the summer, people are naming this more, but it's not something that I think we're given a whole lot of training and skills around. So in general, we need to sort of create a brave space where people can bring their full selves, not have to worry about being perfect, where they can be vulnerable, where they can keep it local and keep it really focused on their own personal and professional lives, rather than just talking about extreme white supremacist movements, which are, again, important, but not exactly how racism and white supremacy are playing out on a daily basis for most people in Chicago. We also are very, very interactive. We try to keep things very relevant. We use a lot of sharing and stories. We use a lot of quotes. We when we're doing this in front of live audiences, not just virtual, we have a lot of media that we bring in to sort of illustrate this, and to bring in potentially other communities that we don't represent personally. So we're able to share their stories in a very authentic way. And we do a lot of small group activities as well, because we find that there's this experiential quality that's really needed in terms of helping people engage. We find that a lot of people come in and they have like sort of an intellectual understanding of race, but there isn't like sort of a heart understanding. And so this is part of why we use this quote from Julius Lester. It's not just about the intellectual, right? It's about connecting the mind with the body, and it's about helping people to see how racism and white supremacy culture impact the whole self, and really creating that sort of human element to it. And so we think those are some of the unique approaches that we've used that have really helped people connect and make some actual changes in terms of their own clinical practice and personal work as well. So in terms of our three primary objectives, it's really about, sorry, I just lost my slide here. It's really about, it's fairly simple. It's really about education, equipping, and empowering people. We really feel like once, people have not been educated in terms of, there's been a sort of a miseducation around race and racism in this country. And so we find that if we can help them have some more knowledge and information, that's going to help them be able to think about interventions that they can do differently. We want to provide them with tools, both at the individual level as well as the agency level, so they can actually engage in anti-racist work on a daily basis, and it's sort of built into their workflow. And then finally, we really want to build sort of using people's strengths. We want to empower them to take action and to live this out, as the previous speaker was saying, so that they're actively and proactively engaging racism as it's coming up on a regular basis for them, and they're impacting their clients, impacting work, and also the larger community. So those are the three sort of goals: helping people to name and own their own power, and then live to make anti-racist changes.
Thank you. And so kind of our process to doing that, and I'm going to go through this quickly in the interest of time, because I see we're already halfway through. But our process of doing that, as we mentioned, is that one, we really take time to talk about a historical perspective. If you may have saw the Sankofa's image, we really believe in order for us to move forward, we have to know from whence we came. And we'll talk some about the ways in which our approach to history has changed over time. We spend quite a lot of time talking about the language of race, because what we know and we experience as professionals and as individuals is that people don't want to engage in a conversation because they don't want to say the wrong thing. And so they say nothing at all. But what we know is that silence is really just as violent as saying the wrong thing. So we spend quite a bit of time doing interactive exercises with people to understand the language of race. Then we spend some time talking about current realities of racism. And then, as Britt mentioned, we kind of take the second half of the workshop and really think through individual skills for practice, and then skills to really make transformation at the agency and community level. Because we always say, even if you have an organization full of anti-racist social workers, but the organization does not have that same value, it's not going to work. You need both. So we find that in our workshops, we really get a mix, mostly clinicians, but also we will have administrators that come into the space as well. And we really want to be able to speak to them. And so, sorry. Okay, so thinking about, kind of reflecting on our work and preparing for this presentation and our work to address racism from within the profession, what stands out to us the most is really the change over time from when we started this up until now. How, first of all, we as individual people and our own positionalities have changed, because this is just as much about us becoming anti-racist social workers as it is about us guiding people in this process. And we really do see it as an ongoing process. So the change over time in our own individual selves, our approach to the work, the content of our training, and the number of inquiries or requests that we have gotten for consultation from the start till now. What we know for sure is that the larger political and social climate in the US context has really shaped and influenced our development over time. And the courageous and invaluable work of Black Lives Matter and all the unsung organizers and movement leaders and everyday people of the movement for Black Lives has really been inspiring and really critical to our approach if we think about the things that have happened between 2013 to 2021. Particularly thinking about race relations, 2013 or 2012 is when Trayvon Martin was killed. The Black Lives Matter movement really formed in 2013. And then there are countless other murders of Black and brown people at the hands of police, and just overall state violence that we continue to see over the years between 2013 and 2021. The majority of our attendees at our trainings have been white women, and this is the demographic of our profession. And we acknowledge that this and the fact that most of our own practice experience has been within predominantly white institutions has really shaped how we talk about whiteness in our training. But this too has evolved over time. And Britt can speak a little bit to some of the specific changes that we've made over time. We have 5 minutes, so we got to move fast.
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, you can sort of see some of the shifts that we're naming, but I would say, just in terms of talking about whiteness and uprooting whiteness, we started off talking about white privilege. We talked about discrimination and prejudice, and then we've really changed what we talk about. We talk a lot about white supremacy culture now. We spend a lot of time deconstructing whiteness and helping people to understand the ways in which their lives have been shaped by whiteness and white supremacy culture. And we think that's really, really powerful. And it's so necessary, both in terms of our profession and then in terms of the clinical work we're doing. And people respond, I mean, we don't shy away from stuff. And I don't think we said that earlier, but like we are very real about this stuff. And I think any sort of training that talks about these issues has to really interrogate whiteness and the sort of investment in whiteness over history in this country. We've also, instead of only about like this in terms of like cross-cultural work, we're really talking a lot about whiteness and racism to white identified individuals as well, and naming them as distinct and different, but saying that there's a cost to racism for everyone, and that we need to name that and be healing and sort of grief work for everyone. This isn't just about doing this work for other people, but really owning it for oneself. We talk a lot more about power now than we ever did before, and just the content has grown, right? So we have now 3 workshops. We do one on decentering whiteness for agencies. We do one on ethics and racial equity. And then we have the sort of the original sort of becoming an anti-racist mental health clinician or social worker as well.
Thank you. And so since our first training in 2013, we've gotten really positive feedback. And like I said, it has really just taken off. And since 2013, we've now provided training and consultation to over 1,000 mental health clinicians, providers, and administrators in the Chicagoland area. More than we ever imagined we would have when we first were just social workers at the hospital coming up with this for the NASW conference. So we feel really grateful and blessed to have had this reach and opportunity to be in people's space who really want to learn about how to do this. We get a lot of positive feedback related to our use of self and storytelling. Some of the things I want to make sure I highlight in the remaining of time is that what this workshop has done, it has really opened up the space for us to do ongoing consultation with organizations. And that's really where the work is and where a lot of opportunity for change is. So people will come to our workshops and then go back and talk to their manager about it. And then we're doing ongoing consultation with organizations over, a year or even 2 with some places that we've worked with. And there we get to really talk to leadership and really think about how racism is impacting the everyday operations, how it's impacting employment engagement and retention and satisfaction, and many important things when we are really trying to think about decentering whiteness and really uprooting racism in these mental health agencies. And so we find this work to be very, very powerful. As you can imagine, this is hard work. It really helps that it's two of us. We don't think that we can do this work alone, but capacity and sustainability is something that we consistently think about as an ongoing challenge. Responding to the needs of BIPOC and white participants is one that I just really want to lift up as a challenge. I think it's very helpful in many ways, as Britt mentioned, that he's a white man, that I'm a Black woman. But we also recognize some of the challenges that come along with that and the ways in which that too should be interrogated, because sometimes we get kind of unearned credit for what we're doing or credibility for what we're doing, right, based on our race before we say anything. And in some ways that helps to open up the door, but we also can recognize and admit that there are times that we have a limited view, because this is from our, lived experiences. And so there are times that we have a limited view and may not speak well enough or in depth enough to other experiences of people of color. So there's some challenges. And like I said, that's a space that can be interrogated and problematized as we continue to develop our training. I think I'll let you go to the next one in the interest of time, but this other thing I want to say, the one thing that we're also thinking a lot about too is how we respond to the needs in real time, because most of our trainings, again, are white women. And so we have a few people of color, and we think a lot about how can we do racial caucusing, right? How can we make this a space? Because everyone is starting from different perspectives. And we don't want this to be experienced for people of color where it is re-traumatizing, or where white folks are having the opportunity to witness the pain of people of color. And so that is a challenge that we continuously kind of think about, how do we make space for that in our workshops, which is difficult because we don't always know who's coming. But that is one thing that we are very attuned to and we really want to think about. And I think is an ongoing challenge, because again, our profession is just predominantly white women. So thinking about going forward.
Yeah, so much room for growth, and really thinking about how do we turn this into a movement within the field so that people both personally transforming and then working then to transform this profession. As the previous said, there's really a need for this to interrogate social work, to interrogate whiteness and say, okay, what do we want to maintain from our profession? What do we need to let go of? We feel like we really want to understand what is effective, what's helping people, and then really keep building on that. We want to collaborate with schools of social work and think about creating a pipeline for creating more social workers of color, because there's a dearth of that in Chicago. And we think that voice is so important and needed. We're piloting a white affinity group curriculum right now. That's an 11-week curriculum. We're working with clinicians from around the country and walking them through that to help assess how this is impacting them as white clinicians and how they can become more anti-racist in terms of their clinical practice and then in terms of their agencies. Thinking a little bit more about how to broaden this, how to deepen some of the work we're doing clinically, and then maybe even creating like a 2-day training. And then looking at like, how do we sort of manualize this or create something? So because there's only 2 of us, how do we sort of create a sort of handbook or a workbook that people can take with them and sort of apply it to their own context and their own space?
Yeah. I think we are out of time, but since they haven't cut us off, I'll say one more thing. Is that, again, related to some of the work we've done, I just want to really, when we think about mental health disparities and access, so much of it is about, when we get people into treatment, that they are able to see people who look like them. That matters. But what we keep encountering when we work with these organizations is that there are staff and providers of color, but they are struggling because of the institutional racism that exists within the organization. And that makes it really difficult. So again, it's really an opportunity there to be able to keep talented folks of color working in these spaces with the most marginalized communities. So thank you all so much. Again, it was really high level, really quick, but we're happy to be here.
Wow. Thank you so much, Marian and Britt. I'm going to say 3 very quick things, and then I know we have a lot of questions piling up. So one is I love the partnership that you two just presented, and I can see why your trainings are so successful. You're just both very You're calming, clear, and working together. So it's really lovely. I also really appreciated the development of the trainings over time and kind of recognizing the moment as we move past, the post-racial Obama era and now into what we're seeing as some people see as the resurgence of white supremacy, and others see it as the continuation of white supremacy, right? So that's just really powerful and related to, I guess, what I was thinking about when I woke up this morning, realizing, oh, I didn't call out whiteness. Maybe I didn't have the tools then 25 years ago. And then the issue of re-traumatizing, I think, is real, and we're struggling with that in our social work program, in intergroup dialogue. And I would just love to hear more about that when we have time and or a follow-up conversation. So yeah, thank you. We're going to bring you back after our last presentation in this series. All right. So our last speaker of the morning is Tracy Whitaker. Hello, Tracy.
Hi, how are you?
Whitaker, how are you? I noticed from your CV, all of your degrees from Howard University and still working at Howard University. Congratulations. She is an associate professor, Tracy, and associate dean for academic and student advancement at Howard University School of Social Work. And prior to joining the faculty, Dr. Whitaker directed the Center for Workforce Studies and Social Work Practice at the National Association of Social Workers. And her current scholarship is related to 21st century racism, and particularly how that affects African-American parents. So the title of her talk will be Calling Out Racism in Social Work: Why We Do and Why We Don't. So I'm excited to hear your presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abrams, and good afternoon, good morning to everyone this morning. I am going to explore some of the behaviors and responses that continue to serve as barriers to the development of an anti-racist social work agenda, as well as challenge social workers to strengthen their abilities to move wholeheartedly towards anti-racism. One of the current responses to the social justice and anti-racist movement that's sweeping the country is the directive to call it out. However, whether one chooses to call it out often depends upon multiple factors, one of which is the desire to maintain any semblance of a relationship. There are times when the offender is a close friend who can be gently and privately told of the offense. Those times can be awkward and often rely heavily on accumulated goodwill between the parties. If the offender is a stranger who is likely never to be seen again, or who lacks real or potential influence in one's life, it is easier to respond completely and in full voice. However, there are other times when the offense occurs in a professional setting. Those times are the topic of our discussion today. For the purpose of this discussion, I will be using the term calling it out to mean the identification of a racist action, statement, or sentiment at the time, in the space, and with the energy in which it occurs. By this, I mean that if the offense occurs at a staff meeting, the call out occurs at the staff meeting. If the offense occurs during a lunch conversation, the call out occurs at the lunch conversation. This term will refer to interactions between and among social work colleagues. However, I am not using the term to include involving anonymous people through social media or synonymously with the term cancel culture. In fact, from the time that I submitted this proposed presentation to now, calling it out is being increasingly viewed as negative, performative, and grandstanding, and people are being encouraged to call it in instead. Calling it in relies more on protecting the privacy of the offending party rather than on the dignity of the offended. Calling it in allows for public humiliation and private apologies. However, from my vantage point, calling it out is an exercise in equality. Whether one chooses to call it out often depends upon multiple factors, including the relationship and power dynamics between the parties and the potential consequences of such actions. In the workplace, the identifying of racist behaviors can be especially tricky because of the specific way that work synthesizes current and future status, income, power, and relationships. To the recipient, the affront, attack, or microaggression may be a loud and public affair. And while the experience of racism is very subjective, the calling out of racism is not. Despite myriad guidelines that have been developed to assist people of color in confronting racism in their work environments, some people remain reluctant to speak out. Within social work practice and academic circles, the challenge to call it out is even more acute. Although there is significant movement and seemingly goodwill towards the idea of an anti-racist profession, the universal summons to call it out is not without its accompanying burdens and potential repercussions. Although social workers are challenged to call it out, there is no responding call that they are prepared to hear it. Social workers who are called out may react as victims who are hurt or wounded, or at the other end of the response spectrum, as aggressors who seek to punish or retaliate. Nevertheless, there are compelling reasons why we absolutely should call out racism when we see it or experience it with our colleagues. This next section I will refer to as the Captain Obvious section. First and foremost, why we should call it out. Because racism is wrong, violent, harmful, destructive, and evil. Racism is an assault on the humanity of people of color. More specifically, the introduction and tolerance of racism in the workplace is harmful to the colleagues and people in the immediate environment, to the reputation of agencies and institutions, the reputation of social workers and leaders, harmful to the clients we serve, to the overall profession of social work, to the goal of social justice, and to the promotion of a civil society. Another reason that we should call out racism is that our social work education and training obligate us to both know and do better. The social work profession prides itself on its leadership in providing culturally competent, sensitive, and culturally intelligent interventions. According to our educational goals, we are competent in understanding, valuing, and accepting diversity and difference. Our code of ethics compels us to challenge social justice and to value the worth and dignity of all persons. Because of these competencies and values, we are obligated to constantly examine, understand, confront, challenge, and reject those biases and privileges that impede our ability to be of service to the larger community. Another reason that we should call out racism is that displays of racism are multifaceted assaults. Yesterday, Dean Crew mentioned that many of us come to social work envisioning it as a safe space. When public displays and expression of racism are tolerated in the workplace, they distort the energy of these shared spaces. In fact, they remove the safety from these spaces and result in disadvantage and harm to a subset of people in the space. We don't always think about how fragile a sense of safety can be. However, we do not tolerate threats to physical safety in the workplace, and we should not tolerate threats to psychological safety. In addition to the assault of racism by an external force, remaining silent also has its consequences. The reluctance to call it out can engender shame in targets of racism, thus presenting them with a no-win choice. Witnesses to racism in the workplace often blame themselves for not speaking up and have extended internal conversations related to what they wish they'd said. These feelings can manifest as anger, frustration, shame, guilt, and depression. I have had conversations with myself and my friends about these silences. I have replayed conversations and reimagined different endings. At the end of these reimaginings, I felt smaller, diminished, and ashamed that I didn't speak up. Although I could avoid the probable consequences of speaking up, the ones I could see and predict, I was ultimately held hostage by the invisible consequences that I didn't know were waiting to exploit my shame. I shared a particularly painful incident with a close friend who is also a social worker. Even as I shared the story, I held back tears because I was so ashamed that I hadn't responded, reacted, or retaliated. I was ashamed that I had chosen my career over my pride. However, this friend, in the words of Toni Morrison, gathered me. She took my shame and remolded it. She told me that the shame was that someone as gifted and as talented as I was had been subjected to this treatment and subsequent self-critique. Her words redeemed me, but we both wondered whether the perpetrator had ever had second thoughts about the harm she caused. Was it intentional? Did she regret it? Did she feel shame? One aspect of racism is that it distorts dimensions of people and can reduce whole groups to single emotions. Do the social workers who insist on call-ins rather than call-outs consider that people of color have emotions other than anger? Are we seen as full human beings who experience joy, accomplishment, disappointment, envy? Or are we seen as either violent or celebratory? How do we calculate the emotional cost of workplace exposure to racism? That the cost of speaking up and staying silent are equally high truly puts people between a rock and a hard place. And that's what racism does. Another reason why we should call out racism is that it doesn't work when we call it something else. As much as many of us try to avoid using the R word and attempt to soften the impact of our call out by framing the offense as an ethical issue, a breach of standards, a mistake, a misinterpretation, bad manners, private beliefs, insensitivity, or jokes, these characterizations are not usually effective in resolving the issue. I recall a time when an executive director wanted to use the real name and picture of a troubled young brown boy to promote the work of the agency. I protested, describing it as an ethical issue because the child would be internet searchable for the rest of his life. It was our job to protect his future and his privacy, I argued. Because the child's mother had signed the consent form, my protest went unanswered. Later, an issue arose when a white staff person wrote an article about the ending of her marriage and included the name of her daughter. The same director strongly advised her to remove this child's name to save the child from any negative repercussions or embarrassment in the future. Clearly, a white child's future was one that needed to be protected, but a brown child's future did not merit the same consideration or protection. This was not an ethical issue. It was a racism issue. Racism may manifest in a variety of ways, but racism is its own animal and must be identified by its name. However compelling the reasons why social workers should call out racism in their work environments, there are also many reasons why we don't. One reason is that social workers, by and large, do not believe that they are or can be racist. Most social workers believe that they support the profession's code of ethics, and many social workers also view themselves as anti-racist warriors, and the suggestion that they could be less than that, or worse, perpetrators of racism, can be interpreted as a declaration of war. This perceived declaration can be accompanied by tears, anger, or the termination of any future contact or communication. If we think about a continuum of racism with a racist troll at one end and the Reverend Martin Luther King at the other end, social workers are likely to see themselves here. Just past Dr. King, this collective sense of self-righteousness may serve our egos when we boast about our passion and compassion for vulnerable populations, but it can also create significant blind spots when we are trying to identify behaviors that need to change to forge an anti-racist future. Another reason we may not call out racism is that it's just too much trouble. Calling out racism involves significant risk. It is flying high without a safety net. In preparation for this presentation, I looked at some HR guidelines to help people confront racism in their workspaces. The list went on and on. They included everything from weigh the benefits against the cost of speaking up to making sure to not accuse, embarrass, or hurt feelings. Those who would dare to identify racism were advised to not go it alone, but to have allies, ask questions, and make sure the behavior was identified as wrong, not the person. This list reminded me of the talk that African American parents have with their children about interactions with law enforcement. In both cases, the burden of safety is presumed to rest squarely in the hands of the person with the least power. These guidelines simultaneously encourage courage and caution while heralding obligation to self and to the organization. And like the perils of the parent talk, there is no guarantee of safety. There is no blueprint that predicts the point when whiteness will become weaponized and that threat is ever present. In fairness, my search did reveal guidance about what people should do if they accidentally say something racist, and that advice was short and sweet. Acknowledge, apologize, and move on. However, I also searched for guidelines on what people should consider before they say something racist, and my search turned up empty. I thought I would find a few pieces of guidance, such as scan the room before you say something offensive, or think about the consequences of your words, but no such advice existed. Thus, the burden of calling it out in social work adds only to the emotional labor of people of color while threatening their current and future prospects. Another consideration in why we don't call out racism is what I refer to as dueling assumptions and intentions. For the perpetrator of racist interactions, intent is often at the core. The person didn't mean to say or do anything offensive, and such is the trap of abusive interactions, and racism is a form of abuse. Like bullying, sexual harassment, and domestic violence, gaslighting and racism is a popular technique. Victims overthink, provide justification and excuses for bad behavior, and contemplate the consequences of retaliation. The person who calls out racism is often viewed as angry, aggressive, hostile, overly sensitive, and disrespectful, while the person who is called out is painted as an unsuspected and innocent victim, full to the brim with good intentions. But what if we regarded the person who calls it out as brave, heroic, and caring? What if that person were seen as the one with good intentions, the one who was trying to prevent a colleague from committing further harm? What if the person with the guts to call it out was the one who was protected and celebrated? This brings me to my conclusion that despite the challenges, we must encourage social workers to call out racism. I couldn't, for the life of me, understand why someone who hadn't meant to cause harm would be comfortable continuing down that path uninterrupted. Why wouldn't we want to know if we were doing something harmful? We usually want to know about things that would embarrass us or make us look bad. Honest feedback from our colleagues can help us grow and gives us the opportunity to practice intellectual humility, the idea that maybe we don't know everything. Racism from a colleague is like watching someone with toilet paper trailing from their shoe. It shows too explicitly where they've been and distracts from any message they may have about where they're going. We call out racism not to embarrass, but to prevent further embarrassment, not to harm, but to prevent further harm. As a profession, we are not committed to the goal of social justice if we cannot or will not address and face our own biases. Too often, we call an organization, an agency, an institution, a neighborhood, or a school good. But seldom do we ask, good for whom? Would we call a dentist good if they didn't use sterile instruments? How can organizations and institutions be good when they tolerate racism and suppress the acknowledgement of the same? This brings me to the issue of leadership. How do we support leadership that is contrary to social justice or supports racism? I believe that for leaders with courage, calling out can be an organization's best internal checkpoint. Perhaps social work leaders should provide incentives for identifying behaviors and assumptions that promote discrimination, racism, and oppression so they can be eliminated. At Howard, we have a weekly administrative meeting where we charge each other for talking while muted during our Zoom calls. This minor level of attention has us all in a competitive spirit, but we are also far more attentive and waste less time during our calls because we're not going, you're muted, you're muted. And while racism is not an easy topic, neither does it have to derail us every time we see it. Racism is what it is. We have all been infected and affected by racism, and it is a phenomenon that must be overcome on the journey to social justice. Calling it out can get our attention and help us change course. If we look at calling it out as an internal alarm system and not a declaration of war, maybe we can begin to embrace and celebrate calling it out as one step on the path to anti-racism. Thank you.
Wow, Tracy, I'm blown away by your presentation in so many ways. Not to mention just, I think you're going to be getting a lot of phone calls to do this presentation around the country. But we return to this issue of calling out racism through uprooting whiteness, because what is the defensiveness? What is the instinct to protect the perpetrator is whiteness, right? So it kind of comes back to William's presentation in a full circle. So yes, this was incredibly meaningful for all of us in social work, whether it's academia or practice, and a lot to think about. Thank you so much. I'm going to invite a lot of questions built up, and I'm going to invite all our panelists back on the stage. Welcome back. And, just here, throughout the presentation that's woven through. As I said, this issue of calling out racism, it ties to everything that you're all speaking about in different ways, right? Recognizing whiteness, recognizing, where we are in the moment and this historical moment, and really thinking through new tools and new languages as well, in order for our profession to become anti-racist. We need new tools. So I feel like this is the beginning of some type of toolkit that you're all working on, but maybe there's more room for collaboration too. Yeah. So I'm waiting to push some questions through. Here we go. So I think this will start with William, but not limited to William. What are some ways that white people can challenge whiteness and white supremacy really in our daily lives, so that we don't just perform, performative allyship? So this is from Hannah Modine. Start with William, and then I might turn to others.
So I think that brings up a couple points I want to make. One is, I don't think we have a full grasp on the ways that whiteness and white supremacy actually shows up in our lives. And so we jump to this solution of how can I fix this already? The first question about that is that I'm not entirely sure that we can, that we're going to get to some point where we can, get past racism, get past whiteness. And that often, as I said in my presentation, is a very individual pursuit of, I can become harmless once I've gotten past and I can recognize all these things in my life. The other things that I will add, there are very tangible things that have been important for me, is join in spaces with other white folks that are engaging in these conversations and challenges, right? Build, and I very infrequently reference Robin DiAngelo, but I think one of the things that she brought up is this building of racial stamina, this idea that we as white folks can actually engage with the world very well in thinking about race, thinking about whiteness. So how do we begin to think about that? The other piece of that work, because I don't think that that's sufficient to just join white spaces, is to join organizations where the work is already happening. We as white folks don't have to be these martyrs that come up with these, doomsday solutions to end racism. There are people already doing the work, and so being really honest with ourselves around the skills that we do and don't have, and then, being honest with people of color about that too. This is what I can do right now, and this is what I can't do right now. Can you utilize me? How can I support your organization? So those are the couple of things that have been really important in my own work and my students' work as well.
I'd love to ask also Britt, are there, your opinion?
Yeah, I'm not sure how much I can add to what William said. I think that was really profound and helpful. The one thing I would say is I recently had a conversation with another white colleague, and we talked about what's your journey? How is this? What's brought you to this place? And we both named these sort of decentering experiences. And for me, it was, living in the African American Living Center on campus my junior year, and then going and living in New Orleans, a predominantly Black city, at least it was back in 2000. And working with the People's Institute with their Freedom School, and not seeing myself everywhere, right? But being a minority and decentering whiteness. And and kind of figuring that out. Like, what is it like to contribute to an organization, but not have to be the person running things, right? Because that's how I've been socialized as a white male, was like, I have answers, I'm supposed to be in power, and like that's not what those experiences were about. It was about listening. It was about humility. It was about really just seeing other people and like seeing this other reality, and seeing at Cornell, it was like, oh, there's like a whole other institution here that I've been blinded to because I haven't been trained to see that. So those decentering experiences, I think, can be really transformative, because you realize like whiteness isn't the only way to do things in the world, and that's a part of the grief, and it's also part of the liberation, that there's lots of other really powerful ways to live in this world and be.
Mm-hmm. I think we're, oh, okay. So we have another question. I think I'm gonna actually ask this. I'm not sure who this is directed toward, but I'd love to hear Tracy and Marion's perspective as well. You know, when we are confronting whiteness or having these conversations with white people, how do you deal with resistance? And maybe, you know, from your own standpoint, I'm sure it also is contextual, right? Is it in the workplace? Is it a friend? Is it a colleague, right? So, Marion, do you have any thoughts?
Sure. I consult with Britt. No, I think I do that a lot, honestly. I try to take a moment, you know what I mean? And kind of like listen, but not be so quick to react, because, you know, I have internalized some things myself as a Black woman. And so I have to be sure that I'm not, you know, worrying about, you know, someone's feelings. Or I love how Tracy put it, related to like the dignity of the offended. That was so powerful to me. So thank you for sharing that. So I just kind of take a moment and take a beat to really think about where this is coming from. Is this really something that I need to think about as a presenter, or is this really resistance, as opposed to something that I potentially am doing wrong? And so giving myself that space to not respond so quickly, I think, is really powerful. And then if I really do see it as resistance, and I see it as fragility, or I see it as, you know, the pain and grief of decentering, I name it, particularly in the context of when I'm doing the training. I think, you know, I kind of give myself my own like talk about, you know, in doing these trainings, that this is a space that I'm creating, you know, and I allow myself to lead and believe in myself and what I have to offer and my experiences, and go with that. So I try to name those things when I see it, but I do give myself a moment to kind of really reflect and understand what's happening here.
Tracy, I'm wondering, in your work around calling it out, you know, there's a lot of resistance to that. There's the trivialization of call out culture, and, oh, everyone's oversensitive. And yeah, do you have any thoughts about how to contend with that in a real way?
Well, I think when I look at kind of when I began to notice the call out culture, you know, when I first started to become aware of it, it was because other things didn't work. So when you talked about, you know, we saw a summer where it just seemed that, you know, white people were calling the police on Black people for living. And if the police had handled it and said, this is a problem, you can't do this, this is not a good use of our resources and time, we wouldn't have had to call people out publicly if there had been an appropriate protective response. But now, and I actually think that because of this presentation was so specific to social work, I wouldn't have had this presentation with a group of engineers or other people who don't profess and say, this is important to me. So when you join a profession that says, you know, ending oppression and achieving social justice is important, I think we have a different standard. And I think part of our standard has to be our discomfort and our trust our trust in each other, that we are going in the same direction. And I think for too long, we've allowed ourselves to like pieces of people and not really say, what you're doing is actively moving you, me, and everyone else away from the goal of social justice.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so we're going to continue along the Tracy line here. Hannah Sholnick asks, how can white people fight the resistance of being afraid of what others think? Fear is one of the major blocks to saying something. We'll start with Tracy.
Okay, I'll keep it relatively short. I think part of the human condition is that we all have fear. And that's when I start talking about a culture of leadership. If you're afraid to speak up in your workplace, it is because there are rules, systems, protocols, and policies that are designed to keep you silent and to maintain a status quo where some people are not as valued as others. And that's where I think a piece of this has to start. But I can tell you that it is, I can't advise people what to do, but I do know people tend to feel better when they stand up and speak up than when they are silent to something they know is wrong.
And just, thank you, real quick, Britt, have you seen that, you talked, or Marion, you both talked about kind of white people's fear of saying the wrong thing. So this is kind of related, but do you have any advice for working through that? Oh, you're on mute. Oh, sorry. I owe money now.
That's right. We try to frame this racist beliefs and attitudes as a cognitive distortion. That's one of the ways we try to help people think about it. And just like any other cognitive distortion or sort of negative core belief, those things, they impact clinical goals, they impact clinical relationships, they impact your ability to have healthy interpersonal relationships with others. So we say, it's important to kind of name that stuff. Like, if someone came into their session and say, I had 12 beers last night, are you going to ignore something like that that's so clinically relevant? No, you're going to talk about that in session. And so likewise, to Dr. Whitaker's point, when racism comes up, we name it, right? And we talk about that and we say this, we help people kind of unpack it and think about, just like you would unpack any other clinical issue in a session, but we really empower people and urge them to say, this is essential to be addressing. And we use some of the research from Tracy Mallett, who's actually at Loyola, who says 70% of people who get feedback on their racism actually change their behavior. Which is a pretty high percentage. It's not everyone, right? And you can't reach everyone. But if 70% of people were living out anti-racist values on a regular basis, we would have a very different society. And so it's about reaching those 70%. And that's what we're trying to help people do in clinical work and also in the agency as well, because those things work together.
Oh. Marion, we can't hear you, but we do have one more question coming in, and then we're gonna have to close out for our break. To the BIPOC presenters, this is from Erica Peskin. How do you support yourselves and set boundaries so you're not constantly performing the emotional labor of educating? Great question.
Yeah, really good question. If it's okay, I'll just say, one of the things I do, and again, that's why I think it's so important to be able to do this work with other people. With Britt in particular, I will, for example, the last training that we did was maybe the day after the Capitol riots or something like that, or 2 days after. And I was really struggling. And I just said to him, like, I don't know, if I want to do this, how I want to do it. I feel like I want to, if we do it and it's like a room full of white people, like it usually is, like I'm going to be angry, you know. And he allowed me the space to say that, first of all, and to say like, hey, we can reschedule it. Like we do have some power. Like we don't have to do this if I didn't feel up to it, you know. And so I gave myself some time. I talked to friends, you know, I prayed about it, and I decided to go ahead and do it. And so I think it is just about being honest with yourself, and consulting with the people that are around you and doing this work about where you're at. And I think the more over time, I've become more and more authentic in the way that I do the work. You know, as I've become more comfortable, as I've made my own progress and journey in my education and things of that nature. And the more authentic I can show up, the better I'm able to do it. When I have to like perform, like double perform the labor of BIPOC and the type of Black person I'm showing up to be, that's really difficult. But the more I can be myself, the easier it is.
Thank you. I'm just closing out. Dr. Whitaker, do you have any final thoughts on this question?
Well, I really agree with what Marian said, particularly about the freedom to be authentic and to engage with people without particular goals in mind. I don't lose sleep about whether someone, agrees with me, but if they ask me a question about my perception and my experience, I'm happy to share it. If they have more questions, I'll share. But it is the point when someone says, well, I don't think that's true. And then I allow them the space to persist in their wrong beliefs.
Wow. Well, we are a little over time, but this was so fascinating. I cannot wait for this all to be written up and disseminated further. And again, for the audience out there, everything's available after the show. Sorry we didn't get to even more questions. We have a break now, and then we'll be coming back with our panel on transforming practice through resistance, innovation in services, programs, and organizations. And that's coming up in 20 minutes. We hope you'll come back. And thank you so much to the presenters and our technical team and everyone else working behind the scenes. We'll see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to part 2, day 2 of our symposium on social work, white supremacy, and racial justice. Part 2 of our symposium continues our focus of addressing racism from within the social work profession by examining our past and our present. As we begin our second panel today, I'll start with a few reminders in case you're just joining us. First, this entire event is being recorded, and all recordings, as well as part 1 of our symposium from last November, if you missed that, are available at the University of Houston Graduate College of Social Work YouTube site. And although there isn't the ability to have live captioning during the event today, captions will be available in the recordings on our YouTube site. So if you're sharing one of these presentations in one of your classes or some other later event, captions will be available. And third, please remember to add your questions in the chat. We have doctoral students who will be pulling from these questions to pose to our panelists during the Q&A portion, which will be at the end of all 3 presentations. In our first panel today, we heard some incredible presentations focused on addressing racism from within by calling out racism through uprooting whiteness. And I'm sure you all will agree those were some incredible presentations and really thought-provoking. I'm going to go back and watch many of them again. And now we're going to build on those discussions with a conversation on transforming practice through resistance, where we'll look at some innovations in social work education and practice in both our past and our present that have worked to combat racism in our profession. We're going to begin with Gabby Aquino Adriatico, who will be presenting on innovative ways to combat racism in social work education. That will be followed by Stephanie Decateau, Jessie Leno, Harmony Brashear, Melanie Sage, and Karen Lee Barkdal, who'll be presenting on ICWA family preservationist strategies. And then finally, Denise McLean Davison will present on reconciling the 1968 demands of the National Association of Black Social Workers and the Black Social Work Movement. But first, let me welcome Gabby Aquino Adriatico, who is one of our very own doctoral students at the University of Houston Graduate College of Social Work. Gabby's research focuses on culturally grounded, sustainable, multi-level interventions for the aftercare of survivors of labor and sex trafficking. She's conducted domestic and international research on human trafficking, specifically in Southeast Asia, as part of her vision to promote social justice locally and globally. Her scholarly agenda is inspired by her community, her sister circles, and her direct practice experience in Los Angeles, Thailand, and the Philippines. And the title of Gabby's presentation is Keeping It 100, Innovative Ways to Combat Racism in Social Work Education. Gabby, thanks for being with us today.
Thank you so much, Team That Laugh. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. I will be presenting on Keeping It 100, Innovative Ways to Combat Racism in Social Work in Education. But before we jump in, I'm really excited to jump in. I really wanted to take the time to do an Indigenous land acknowledgement. Even though we're here gathered today digitally, we still have the privilege to meet due to the First Peoples, Indigenous peoples, and original stewards. And since I'm here in Houston, Texas, the original stewards of the lands of Karankawa, Coaltecan, Atacapa, Ishak, and Sana. And the reason why I wanted to start off with this acknowledgement is because I'm not pushing just for awareness, but really to shift our complacency in this forced removal and genocide to active allyship with Indigenous communities, to decenter and really dismantle cis heteronormative whiteness forced upon us by racism, colonialism, and capitalism. So I really encourage you all to check out nativeland.ca to see which traditional homelands you are occupying on, and to honor the treaties and to check out amazing organizations, for example, Native American Rights Fund, to support Indigenous communities. Thank you. And I wanted to give maraming salamat, which means thank you very much in Tagalog, to the organizers of this symposium. It has been really phenomenal and powerful. Thank you to the presenters that have presented. I've taken so much notes. Thank you to my partner, my dog, my family, my community, my sister scholars, the UH-GCSW program who has shaped my doctoral education. And most importantly, thank you to my Keeping It 100 team, who I will introduce later. So here's our roadmap for today. We'll start off with who our team is, our vision, our why, what we do, and the 2 main programmings I want to focus on is the talking circles and say something. And then hopefully you can all walk away with some takeaways, because really We want you to be equipped to help transform practice through your own organizations and institutions. So our team could not, Keeping It 100 would not be who we are today if it weren't for Dr. Annalisa Enrile, who's a clinical professor at USC, as well as John Dato, who's an ally who's helped us create our website ever since the start of this pandemic. In addition, Dr. Renee Smith-Maddox, who keeps us grounded, also a professor at USC, Dr. Melissa Singh, who is also a professor at USC, but based in Florida, Alana, who is one of our facilitators for one of our talking circles, and Andrea, who supported us with the social media aspect of our programming. So this team, we meet often. We meet almost weekly, sometimes twice a week, because we know it's important to stay connected and to work together towards our vision. But why? Why are we doing the work that we're doing? Why are we having talking circles and engaging in Say Something? So women of color make up a small percentage of graduate students and graduates. So that means there's may not be a lot of support for women of color who are in graduate schools or after, as they continue with their employment in different institutions, higher ed institutions or organizations. So let's take a look at the statistics. Thank you to the Council of Social Work Education for these statistics in social work programs specifically, since we are talking about combating racism within social work education. As you can see in BSW programs, a majority of the students identify as female, and less than 50% of students enrolled in BSW programs are persons of color: African American, Black, American Indian, Alaska Native, Asian, Hispanic, Latinx, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander. Out of those BSWs who are enrolled, the graduates are also mostly women, and definitely it's less than 50% of the makeup of the schools. And now for practice doctorate students, DSW programs, 82.8% identify as female, and less than 50% are people of color. 35.8% identify as African American, Black, 0.7% American Indian, Alaska Native, 3.3% Asian, 10.3% Hispanic, Latinx, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islanders, 0.2%, two or more races, 2.2%. So as they continue to, as persons of colors continue to engage in higher ed, it's still not a lot of representation. So out of DSW graduates, 84.8% identify as female, and all under 50% for those who identify as non-white persons of color. For research PhD programs, 73% identify as female, and less than 50% are African American, Black, American Indian, Alaska Native, Asian, Hispanic, Latinx, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, or two or more races. And lastly, out of PhD students who are enrolled and then graduate, 79.9% are women or identify as female, sorry about that. And definitely less than 50% are identify as African American, Black, American Indian, Alaska Native, Asian, Hispanic, Latinx, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, two or more races. So why all these stats? What is this information and what do we do with it? Informed by three frameworks: critical race theory by Kimberly Crenshaw, critical feminist theory by Kitchen 2004, and anti-deficit framework Harper, our team met and we were thinking, what is our response? How do we support women of color students and graduates in their trajectory, in their journeys? What we learned from CRT is that women of color bring multiple identities. And for the sake of time, I won't go into the different tenets of CRT or these frameworks, but what we're taking away from it and how it informs our programming. From critical feminist theory, we also want to understand the systems of race, ethnicity, class, gender, power, sexuality, and how this influences our construction of self, our identities. And then anti-deficit framework was adopted by the National Black Male College Achievement Study in the STEM field, and it really pushes for a reframe. So not it pushes from not deficit, what's wrong with students, but what's right, what works, what are their strengths. So with all those three frameworks, our vision is really to support women and girls to keep it 100, hence keeping it 100, by living their most authentic lives while creating change in this world. And how does this vision become a reality? This is what we do. We have a curated website that was launched in the spring of 2020, because Keeping It 100 used to meet in person at USC, but ever since the pandemic, we had to respond and switch things to virtual. What's safer to meet? So we curated a website, and in this website, it has resources that talk about basic necessities, wellness, education, creativity. We even have a tab for do good, because during this pandemic, our communities are hurting. So it features community organizations that look for support to feed the frontliners, to feed communities that are high risk, to donate or deliver groceries to those who cannot leave their homes. It also includes a perspectives on this website, which is like our hearts on paper. It features the our perspectives, our voices that's written out in a blog. And all of us are women of color, so I think it's really important to share our voice during this time. We also have events to bring support for our community to help us stay connected, because isolation is one common theme during this pandemic. So an example event that we've had is we had a book club on All About Love by Bell Hooks. We also had trauma-informed yoga for our K through 12 youth and educators, because living through a pandemic and civil unrest, there's a lot of trauma that we're experiencing. We also have a Take Action tab, which it has voting resources, COVID-19 and vaccine information, and a marketplace that supports small businesses by people of color, mostly women of color, because when you support their business, you really support their community and their dreams. But what I really want to focus and dig deep on is our talking circles. And our talking circles happen weekly, bi-weekly, monthly. It all depends on which talking circle individuals are connected to. We have different kinds: social work educators, sister scholars, girl power, dad's group, teachers, and technology. And this is where we connect, reflect, we have intentional dialogue, and I'll talk about what we talk about, and accountability to make change in our profession, in our social work education. So for example, in the summer, with what happened with George Floyd, the social work educators who are professors would meet every week to process how do we process what's going on, and how can we have actionable steps to engage and promote civil engagement during this time within our schools. This mostly took place at USC. And over time, we became a community because we would meet so often. And another example of how our community shows up is in one of our talking circles, an individual lost her job due to the pandemic. And so we all pitched in to support her financially during this transition, because what we've learned is community is essential, especially during this time, now more than ever. And in order to dismantle white supremacy, which really promotes division among different ethnic groups or different community groups of color, we really have to unite and be there for one another. For our Girl Power group, they helped us actually organize a youth march, Loud and Proud group for Black Lives over the summer. It was a safe march, socially distanced. Everyone was required to wear masks. We worked with their parents. We worked with the girls, and we created signs, and then we marched from USC all the way to the African American Museum in Los Angeles. And so these are just examples of different types of talking circles that we have. I want to dig a little bit deeper on our Sister Scholars Talking Circle, which is the one I am a part of and help co-facilitate. But before that, I wanted to read this quote by Audre Lorde. Without community, there is no liberation, but community must not mean a shedding of our differences, nor the pathetic pretense that these differences do not exist. And really, we engage in the Sister Scholars group, not not assuming that all women of color experience the same things, but really highlighting our different experiences. We incorporate an anti-deficit framework in these groups because we recognize that our differences aren't deficits, but there's strengths that we bring to the group. For example, I'm a Pinay from Southern California, and my experiences are not the same as my Black sister from Brooklyn, or my Puerto Rican sister that resides in the East Coast, or my sister from Mexico who's in the Midwest. So it's all very different, and the space is where we get to learn from one another. I also want to recognize there's a lot of racism that can occur within people groups or people of color groups. So this is a space where we really talk about it. So what does our sister scholars do? It's typically an hour long. We share our wins. We write. Our writing prompts include, what does radical self-care look like? What do we need to let go? How do we adjust to different transitions? We also have a group, and then we share about it. We continue to have accountability by having a group chat where we share drafts of manuscripts from one another, with one another, and we edit. We also share articles that are interesting. We celebrate wins. For example, someone passed her oral defense during this time, and we celebrate. And we also support small businesses because a lot of our sister scholars are also small business owners. But also, this is also a space to rest, because oftentimes we find that our institutions ask a lot from women of color or people of color in general for help, especially with like diversity initiatives, equity initiatives. And so a lot of work can be overwhelming. So this is a place where we talk about that, when we talk about ways on how we would combat that in our own institution and give support to one another. The last thing I want to talk about is another programming we do, which is Say Something. This is facilitated by women of color every week to highlight stories that are often untold, something that the mainstream media doesn't always show. It's live on Facebook Live for 30 minutes. We have topics that depends on what's relevant. They're intentional. At times they're reactive, I have to be honest, but that's because we need the space to process what the heck is going on with the world. For example, last week, we engaged in a reflection of the inauguration with 2 women of color who lived in DC during the entire traumatizing Trump administration for 4 years. So they shared their perspectives. And one thing I learned from them is you can't have healing without justice and accountability. And so as we move forward with this new administration, we're pushing to continue to have activism and continue to hold our administration accountable. A challenge is, for Say Something, is we have a difficult time finding time to plan, but one way we address that is we really plan by month. So we would meet and we'll plan it for the whole month so we can invite guests. Other topics we've shown is Juneteenth. This is by the new 3Rs. We interviewed the new 3Rs. They're from the South and New York. And they will actually be joining us again in February as we celebrate Black History Month. Get Out the Vote was another popular topic. This is one of the lead organizers for Filipino Americans for Biden. And so we really learned, how do we speak to our own community who voted for Trump on how do we have that dialogue so we can continue to make change? Because my goal is also to change and transform social work education, but also our personal lives and our personal communities. Educational justice, we talked about equity in education with an MSW student who is also a Black Lives Matter activist based in LA. And lastly, we've also had episodes with Trauma Informed LA, they have a weekly podcast, and we talk about collective healing and what that looks like as survivors. And looking ahead, what we've planned, for example, this afternoon, we'll be having an episode on human trafficking awareness. In February, we want to celebrate the great contributions of the Black community, celebrate unsung heroes, and honestly, Say Something provides this different perspective that's often overlooked by mainstream media or what's in our curriculum. In March, we'll be talking about social worker activism and Women's History Month. And the takeaways, what I hope the audience walks away with is connection is key from these two, from our talking circles and Say Something. Because we learn from these communities, we learn about researchers of color, different resources, and from that, it's transformed the curriculum we're creating. Most curriculum is based on maybe very positivist perspective that's based on Eurocentric views. So we really work to decenter whiteness. Remember your why is another takeaway. For me, it's my community that's often overlooked or doesn't have a voice. For my sisters, my future generations, for my goddaughters or kids. And it's really helped me remember that our stories matter. And really our experiences inform our curriculum in social work education, right? So we bring in the experiences, we bring in and transform this curriculum that's often very traditionally Eurocentric. So how do we decenter that? Is by bringing in our own perspectives and our own experiences. And lastly, the takeaway is sisterhood is really powerful. When we unite and work together to pursue racial justice, racial equity, social justice, we are unstoppable. What white supremacy tries to have us do and how that really it leaks through our institutions and educational experiences with competitiveness, with a lot of division. Really, they want division, but we're here to unite. And when we're united, we're very powerful. So I hope we can still stay connected. We would love to share more about Talking Circles, what we do. Say Something. It's live on Facebook every week. Check out our website. Follow us on Instagram, on Twitter, or email us if you're interested in learning more about Keeping It 100. And so thank you so much for your time and your attention. And thank you so much to the symposium organizers for this opportunity.
Gabby, thank you so much for that really great presentation. First, just let me say, as Dean of your school, I'm so proud of you for being part of this symposium. As you know, this was an incredibly competitive process, and I'm just really proud of you for being part of this symposium and for presenting with all of us today and for sharing this really incredible work that you've done in partnership with many other people. But what I wanted to ask is the thing that struck me the most about what you presented is that you said that institutions ask a lot of women of color and people of color generally. And then as a result of that, you took it upon yourself to work with other people to create spaces to process that, but that just added more to your burden. So institutions ask a lot of you. And as a result, you had to add more to your plate to create these spaces to process that and to talk with other people. What would you want schools of social work to know? Or what would you say to schools of social work? One, so that less is asked of you as a woman of color. And two, what could they do? What would you want schools to do to create spaces for you to process so that you don't have to take that burden on yourself to do it?
Great question, Dean Detlef. So what can schools of social works do so less is asked of women of color, especially women of color who hold multiple roles, right? We're not just students or faculty, some are partners, some are parents, some are guardians, some are hosting multiple roles. And I think sharing the intention of what's asked. Is it really for performative justice if you're engaging in this initiative, or is it true work that the institution, the school is truly willing to engage in? And oftentimes we've learned that these initiatives often go underpaid or no pay at all. So I think that's an incentive that helps. And understanding the different positionalities of women of color and being mindful of their context. So if something is asked, be mindful of the power dynamics, be mindful of their context. Is this something that give them time to reflect? Like, is this something that they can commit to? And then also providing that space where they can process, even if it's like it's different because it's a pandemic, but like a lunch hour where they can reflect and process, and encouraging those lunch hours, because productivity is really encouraged, but not time to rest and reflect. So having spaces already in the structure like that is really what we found helpful.
Great. And you mentioned the issue of performative justice. And that was, that idea was mentioned in our previous session today. And it has been kind of a theme or something that people have talked about a lot in the past few months. What would you say for people who, I think I see that people don't always know that what they're doing is performative. What are some questions that you would give someone to ask themselves for how to determine if their intentions are in the right place?
It's a great question. And how do we engage in this dialogue to lead to that process of reflection? Like, is this really my motive, performative justice, or do I want to engage in this work? I have actually an example. We were approached, our Keeping It 100 team was approached by an organization for support, and they were like, we want anti-racist trainings. This was in the wake of George Floyd, and we were like, okay, great, here's the curriculum. Our curriculum always starts off with understanding our identity and white privilege, and how racist policies are implemented in institutions. And they said, oh no, we just want to learn what anti-racist is. We just give us the tools. And we were like, no, this is our curriculum. We're going to stay true to who we are and what we've seen has worked, and understanding your privilege and having that dialogue first before getting to the let's be anti-racist, because that's a trend right now. And so one question we asked was, okay, do you care, or would you like to learn about white privilege and identity? Because this is an organization that was predominantly white. And when they said no, we honestly had to stay our ground and say, okay, well, this might not be a good fit, because in our assessment, it might not be, we don't want to just give you tools to be anti-racist and that's the check off your to-do list. We want to engage in meaningful work.
Yeah, I think, your presentation and some others today have really demonstrated for those of us who lead social work organizations, social work educational institutions, that we really have to do a lot of our own work to be sure that what we're doing is not performative. Because like the example you gave, again, the burden fell to you and other people to explain to the leader that what they were doing was just performative. Whereas, the leaders of organizations should be doing that work on their own, so it doesn't create more burden on someone else to have to tell them what they're doing is performative. So I really appreciate this. I think you're going to get lots of calls and emails for more information about how to implement this work in other schools of social work. And hopefully those calls will come from directors and leaders of those programs and not fellow PhD students like yourself. So some of the responsibilities on the institutions. But thank you very much for this presentation, Gabby. I'm sure we'll have some great questions for you at the end of this session as well.
Thank you, Dean Detla.
Thanks. And now I'm going to welcome our next panelists for our second presentation, which is titled ICWA, Indian Child Welfare Act Family Preservationist, A New Path. And presenting with us today is Stephanie Decateau. Stephanie is an enrolled member of the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa. She's former director of the Native American Training Institute in Bismarck, North Dakota, currently employed with the Tribal Nations Research Group in Belcourt, North Dakota. And her interests are on social justice issues in Native American communities, with a special interest in the effects of historical trauma and healing. Jessie Leno is an enrolled member of the Sikangu Lakota Nation and is an ICWA Partnership Trainer Coordinator at the Native American Training Institute in Bismarck, North Dakota. She looks at exploring innovative ways of improving practices in order to unify and preserve Native American families. Next, Harmony Brashear is a proud dual citizen of the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa Indians and the United States. Harmony is ICWA Grant Manager and Trainer at the Children and Family Services Training Center for the North Dakota ICWA Implementation Partnership Grant. And lastly, Melanie Sage. Melanie is a child welfare researcher at the University of Buffalo SUNY, and Melanie studies the ways that systems can more fully support choice and autonomy of those served by public child welfare agencies. Welcome, thanks for being part of our symposium, and I'm really looking forward to hearing your presentation today.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Dakota, and that was such a nice introduction. I don't have to say much about that. So thank you very much. I'm pleased to be here with you today, and I'm honored to be able to present this great work that we have been embarking on in North Dakota. So North Dakota received a North Dakota Indian Child Welfare Act Implementation Partnership Grant. And this grant was funded by the Children's Bureau. Its intention is to improve ICWA implementation across North Dakota in the child welfare system. And the work we share here with you today is one of the initiatives that grew from this partnership and the work that we've been striving to do. And the model that we've developed addresses the disproportionate representation of Native Americans in the child welfare system in North Dakota. The work we've done thrives on our collaborative partnerships that we've created and fostered throughout the work of the grant. We're in year 4, and the multidisciplinary inclusion that we've had the fortune to work upon within this group. We've had, again, this is kind of part of our core group that you see here before us, but by no means is a full representation of the work, the collaborative efforts that have gone into this program for the last 4 years. And we've had the fortune to collaborate with the tribes in North Dakota, the Court Improvement Program, state child welfare system, both administrative and on the ground workers who are working directly with families. So it has been really integral to the success of building this model that we're going to be sharing with you today. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to give you a brief, for those who may not know what ICWA is, as we call it, it's the Indian Child Welfare Act. The Indian Child Welfare Act was enacted in 1978 to address the inequities of Native American children representation in the child welfare field or system, sorry. It focuses on some key points, and one first is that the child remain in contact, have a good solid connection with their tribal community, their cultural background, their families, and their extended families. The second one is that families are afforded the opportunity to have active efforts be put in place into their casework to prevent the separation of the family. Oh, is my mic muted? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. The third, is to ensure that tribes are able to practice tribal sovereignty and making the best decisions over their citizens, because we are citizens of our tribes. And in part of ICWA, ICWA provides a space for a QEW, as we call it, and it's a qualified expert witness, much like you think of a qualified expert witness in any other case that you may have seen or been a part of, or for me, I see it on TV, right? So qualified expert witness is an expert in a field or in a specific area to be able to speak to that in a court or in the ICWA, in instance of ICWA throughout the life of the case. And so that person for ICWA, the QEW, has to be familiar with the family. They have to be able to speak to the safety of that specific child in that specific home, and testify whether or not active efforts were enacted in that specific case, again, to prevent the separation of the family. They must also have extensive knowledge of tribal and social cultural norms of that tribe and parenting practices of the tribe. So ICWA provides this space for QEW, and tribes have a right to say, what that person looks like. Much like any other qualified expert witness, they have to meet a certain level of standards. So tribes have that sovereign right to say, this is what we want our QEW to look like. For 40 plus years, there hasn't been a lot of guideline as to what a QEW should look like. And I think that's partially intentional to let tribes have that autonomy and that self-governance. And so it's been a long time coming. And today we're going to talk about a model that we think addresses that issue of overrepresentation of Native American children in the system, and then the lack of having enough QEWs or being able to bring a QEW to the table when it comes to ICWA cases. And you know, the serendipitous part of this is while we were doing this work and while this idea was developing within our group, we were having these conversations. Families First Prevention Services Act was passed. This work started before that, and so things kind of fell in line. And then the state of North Dakota is implementing the safety practice model, which really falls right in line with ICWA as far as what we've seen. And so it kind of all serendipitously just came together, and that's something that we're really thankful for, and we think will support the success of this model. Next slide, please. And one last thing before we get into this model, I wanted to show you, before we take a look at it, I wanted to share with you this picture that you see on the screen. And this is a group of grandmothers from the North Dakota Spirit Lake tribe. And in this picture, you'll see the grandmas and then their tribal chairman at the time. And then in the late 60s, they began fighting for their right to keep their children. At that time, Native American children were being removed at a rate about 1 in 4 from their homes and their tribal communities and their families. And basically based on Eurocentric standards, which didn't make a lot of sense to the tribal nations. Parents were literally going to town to do errands and coming home to empty homes and children gone. Pregnant women were being coerced into adopting out their unborn children. And it was an epidemic. And it was across the nation, but because of the nature of communication at that time, we didn't have this great social media network. Tribes didn't know that this was happening to other tribes across the nation. And so this kind of began as a grassroots movement from these grandmothers. And this group specifically was invited to testify to Congress about what was happening in their tribe, in their communities, and their children being removed. With the support of I'm sorry, losing my train of thought for a minute. The Association of American Indian Affairs, with their support, they began testifying 10 years, that was in 1968. And through all this time, other tribes were invited to testify, and they were seeing that this was a trend across the United States. By 1978, that all led to the enactment of the Indian Child Welfare Act. And really, to be honest, ICWA has not yet had a chance to be fully actualized. And so we're thinking outside the box with this grant. We're thinking outside the box with this group, and what can we do now to really put it into practice as it was meant to be. And so out of necessity and desperation, these women were responding to that social justice. And much like what we are doing, what we have been doing in these last 4 years with this grant, we're honoring that hard work. And that if you ever watch the testimonies, it's kind of heartbreaking. And so we have to honor that. And we need to do our best. I think we feel in our group, I can speak a little bit to that. That's our charge. That's our job, is to continue on that hard work and make sure that their work wasn't for nothing, so we can move forward. And I wanted to say one thing before I pass it on to my coworker Jesse here, is this work wasn't easy within our own group. We had to walk the talk, right? We were trying to improve ICWA practice in North Dakota and trying to include all these voices, but we had to learn how to do that a little bit within our own group, right? We all came together. We had an idea of what we wanted. We had a similar goal, a common goal, but how to get there, we had different thoughts, different ideas, and what was best. And so that presented some challenges to all of us, and kind of forcing us to think outside the box, to get out of our own comfort zone. So we had a little bit of, growth within our own group that we hope to share with the rest of Indian country in the United States. So I'm going to pass it on now to Jesse. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Jessie Leno. I'm happy to be here with you today to share some of our work. Before we jump into the specifics of the model itself, I really want to take you back to a little bit of our journey of getting to this point we're at today. So basically in North Dakota, what we have found was that Native children are in foster care 4 times their rate in the population. So meaning although they only make up 10% of the population, they represent over 40% of the foster care cases. So our objective was to address this disproportionality by focusing on and training to active efforts and to recruit and train QEWs. So in starting this work, it became imperative that we needed a way to actualize ICWA. ICWA has been federal law going on 43 years, and there still is very little understanding of the law, which leads to it not being practiced as intended. We know we needed to start from the beginning to showcase its true intent as a family preservation model, not to address parts of it, but if we could look at it as a whole and offer support throughout the life of a case. Once we brought that into focus, we knew we could not do that without some type of infrastructure. So with that, what we did was we created a position that helps the team adhere to the spirit and letter of the law. And as Stephanie mentioned, throughout this process, we have experienced that true meaningful change is indeed hard. Children are supposed to go home, but there has not always been systems in place to create the right balance and accountability that children and families deserve. The ICWA Family Preservationist Program, or abbreviated IFP, is our opportunity to address this issue and support ICWA in achieving its goal by creating a much needed infrastructure to bring tribes to the circle of care for their children and their families. Next slide, please. So with that, I would like to introduce you to some key components of our model. So the IFP program is individuals that are tribally authorized and assigned at the time of case assessment. They support accountability to ICWA law in real time. They preserve family rights and support family engagement. They provide meaningful tribal involvement and support. And throughout this work, they're then able to culminate and come up with an informed ICWA required QEW testimony. These individuals are truly an extension of their tribe. If you're familiar with North Dakota, you understand that we are very rural up here. So what this does is it brings the tribe's reach to our urban communities and to support our tribal members. The IFP workers derive their authority from tribes who are legal parties to the case. And we have worked with the tribes to sign MOUs in partnership with us in our program. The job of the IFP is to uphold ICWA at all stages of the case to preserve the family and the tribe. IFP workers do not provide direct services. They attend meetings to assess and support caseworkers' use of active efforts. They meet with families so they can provide competent testimony about the best interests and make sure those families know their rights. And they testify that ICWA was upheld if and when it comes to removal or a termination. They advocate for the spirit and letter of the law and play an important role in the education of the law to all stakeholders. IFPs do not replicate or replace services. They're somewhat like, if you're familiar with a guardian ad litem or a CASA worker, but for us, they're basically, their main focus is to be a support and resource to the team, but to support our family as a whole. The IFP program is grant funded at this time. The IFP workers employed through the Native American Training Institute, a nonprofit organization. We're currently working on sustainability plans for continuing to fund these positions. This includes rolling the model out statewide through a contract with the state in which they'll claim Title IV-E and Family First reimbursements. It is our hope that this intervention, or we designed this intervention with the hope that it would have the scalability to serve as a model for reducing disproportionality, not only for just Native children across the nation, but potentially for children from other BIPOC families. Next slide, please. So the IFP is a prevention intervention that uses traditional wraparound concepts to support a family-first philosophy. And with this slide, we really wanted to show that the role of the IFP works throughout the life of a case. So not only do they act as a QEW, they provide real-time support for the ICWA law. New Family First legislation emphasizes the need for competent counsel to rebalance decision-making and child welfare. The IFP brings this work down to the level of case consultation and serves as a resource for each party in the case. The IFP process offers the team evidence to support their findings of active efforts. They help to achieve the evidentiary burden if the case should reach the point of termination. These are such important decisions being made for families, and it's only fair that they receive those through accurate consideration. IFPs are not caseworkers. They are somewhat of a real-time accountability monitor, coach, and advocate for the families they serve. So the thing we really want to showcase with this slide is this misinterpretation that ICWA begins at a foster care level. We want to show that ICWA's true intent is to prevent the breakup of the family, and that cannot happen at court at the final hour. Okay? It is a prevention model that begins at the very beginning of a case. IFPs are assigned at the first threat of removal, which we have defined as any case in which the agency has intent to complete a full assessment in response to a report of abuse or neglect, with or without removal. We want the majority of our work to embody the spirit of ICWA, and that is to prevent an out-of-home placement. So this slide breaks down the IFP role at each stage of the case. Much can and should be occurring before we get to that foster care level. Next slide, please. So after a year of implementation, we currently have 2 IFPs. Caseworkers are coming to appreciate the IFPs as part of a team, which has contributed to buy-in. Even though the IFP sometimes disagrees with their recommendations or tells them they have yet to provide active efforts, this IFP brings balance to an unbalanced system and unequal power dynamics. Over the course of the past year, we, along with some of the families we have supported, have seen firsthand the benefit of having tribal representation throughout a case, which has resulted in family unifications. These victories are empowering for our families we serve, as well as the IFP. But with that comes the ability of the IFP to also balance and maintain professional distance. We want good and trusting relationships with those families, but not one that interferes or compromises the integrity of the role of the IFP. We understand that it's really natural, especially among Native people, to act relationally. We often connect to those associated positively with our universe or kinship. But as we know, bias can and does occur in all spaces. Because of this, there are checks and balances embedded in the IFP model. Next slide, please. Many states continue to use QEW haphazardly, allowing testimony in writing or remotely, sometimes by someone who's never even met the family. The text in front of you is from the 2016 regulations, and it says we must do more. There's no good way to fulfill the spirit of the regulation without a program similar to the one we have created. This was an opportunity to get our CIP on board, rally our child welfare and justice system, and say that the law asks us to do more and our families deserve more. So the real-time support and accountability that the IFP offers throughout the life of the case creates that is less vulnerable to appeal. So although the creation has occurred through a collaborative process, it's been led primarily by our tribal partners. This is proof when you get a group of Native people together that we really are something else. And I am so proud of what we've been able to accomplish. Our work makes an important statement about culturally informed services and support for tribal sovereignty. Next slide, please. ICWA is often referred to as the gold standard in child welfare practice. However, its premise and requirements can be modified and applied to all families. However, in saying that, who wants the gold standard if we never get to see its value? The Family First Preservation Service Act supports this type of intervention for all families. ICWA must be practiced as a preservation model to claim this title. Foster care must be viewed as a last resort. Imminent danger, preferred placement, and active efforts are all supposed to occur immediately. An assessment that a child is unsafe can and does not mean removal. Unsafe is not equal to imminent danger. Safety can and should be built with active efforts. So across our state, our work's aligning on paper and moving towards policy with the focus on families first and the safety framework model. Our program very much complements these initiatives, but now the responsibility before us is to now make this work practice. We've been told by child welfare workers and court personnel, they feel like the implementation of the IFP not only impacted their work with Native families, but their work with all families. Implementation of the IFP has not been without challenge regarding the role, rights, feasibility, and authority. I liken the process to an endless game of sorry. We explain, we gather support, we begin to build consensus, and in the next step, one of our pieces goes back to start. However, in saying that, if Indian country yielded every time we heard the word no, Native people would no longer exist. So we went from 3 years ago asking ourselves, can we do this, to today knowing that we have to do this. Next slide, please. If you're interested in learning more, please reach out to myself at the Native American Training Institute. And I leave you with an invite to our upcoming conference as well. So thank you.
Thank you all. That was a really great presentation. I think the thing that strikes me the most, and I come from the child welfare system myself, so I'm familiar with how it operates. But the thing that strikes me the most is that this ICWA, as you said, has been law for over 40 years, and is a program with an intent on family preservation. That's one of the biggest focuses, to keep Native families together. Yet, as you said, over 40% of children in foster care in North Dakota are Native children. So we have this federal law intended to keep families together, and over 40% of the kids in North Dakota who are in foster care that have been forcibly separated from their families are Native children. How does that happen?
I think part of it is a misunderstanding. I'm going to almost say a disbelief in why ICWA exists, right? And a misunderstanding between tribes and the relationship between tribes and the federal government. And it's not a race-based law. It's because we have a specific relationship with the government. And to be honest, I think that's kind of where it starts, but I'll let some others answer that question.
I can chime in a little bit here. I can't tell you why it doesn't work, and a lot of it is because of inconsistent application, haphazard application. But bias still exists every day and in every space. And not only in the realm of child welfare, but in all of these other realms: judicial realms, legal realms, law enforcement, employment, housing. All of these things contribute to why our families enter the child welfare system. So when you've got kind of layers of racism and bias that are impacting your system, you're just going to have more to deal with, So that's just kind of, because I look at, drug and alcohol rates. The rates for Native Americans are no greater than they are for whites, yet we represent so many, in all systems. Whether it's even in prison, our numbers are way greater than they should be. So it's just layers and layers of bias.
It's so easy for a child welfare worker to look around and assume that it has to do with rurality or poverty or drug and alcohol or these contemporary situations that families are in, very much because of the history of oppression that they've faced at the hands of the government. So it's no wonder that folks are pretty resistant to government interventions in these communities.
Yeah, I think it's frustrating to think a lot of us look to policy solutions to try to reduce some of the disparities that we see in some of our service systems. But here's an example of a policy that I know has done many great things, but just hasn't been able to remove so much bias and racism from impacting the outcomes. So thank you all for presenting. I'm sure we'll have some more questions at the end of our next session where we'll be bringing you back. But thank you all for being here, part of this important topic.
Thank you.
And now for our final presentation, I'd like to welcome Denise McLean Davison. Denise is an associate professor of social work at Morgan State University, who utilizes Black feminist, womanist, Africana epistemologies to center the restoration of human dignity and worth. She's also the founding researcher and archivist of the National Association of Black Social Workers National Repository at Morgan State University. And Denise's presentation today is titled Control-Alt-Delete, Reconciling the 1968 Demands of the National Association of Black Social Workers, Inc. and the Black Social Work Movement. Welcome, Denise, and thank you for being part of our symposium today.
Thank you, and thank you for welcoming me, and thank you for allowing me to share this rich history of an organization that I love, that I've been a part of since 1986. 1986, when I was a graduate student. And so my perspective is going to represent both an inside and an outside version of view, ethnographic view on research. And so without further ado, oh, and one more thing. Let me ask people, if you have a QR scanner on your phone, this is going to come in real handy at this presentation. If you don't worry about it. Some of you all have very high-tech phones, and you will understand why it becomes important later. But there's some supplemental information on here that you might want to capture for later, or you will see it in playback. So, advanced slide, I'm ready to go. The NABSW Code of Ethics Preamble states that in America today, no Black person, except the selfish, irrational, can claim neutrality in the quest for Black liberation. I'm sorry, I have to put these glasses back on because I can't see. Okay, I apologize. Here we go. In America today, no Black person except for the selfish or irrational can claim neutrality in the quest for Black liberation, to fail to consider the implications of the events taking place in our society. Given the necessity for committing ourselves to the struggle for freedom, we, as Black Americans, participating in the field of social welfare, set forth this statement of ideals and guiding principles. This was written in 1968 as part of our founding of the National Association of Black Social Workers. Next slide, please. I want to take the time to actually honor one of the founders of our organization, Dr. Audrey Johnson, who was a professor actually at Chapel Hill, North Carolina University, Chapel Hill, and who was our first national historian. I so appreciate all the way that she collected information and asserted to make sure that we had some breadcrumbs to follow for now. I also want to thank and honor, recognize NABSW pioneer and African-centered sage, and my dissertation committee member, Dr. Iris Carlton-Lene, who introduced me to Black social welfare pioneers and social welfare history through the intellectual biography and using primary sources crisis. And so I'm utilizing the wisdom and the scholarship and research of these great shoulders to actually talk about this. As I move forward in this presentation, I would love for you to just consider these different questions and think about how I have decided to curate this presentation. What does it mean to curate social work's history through the Black social work movement and NABSW? So this is my lens and my positionality and my standpoint. And I'm saying, so what does that look like? What does it look like to interrogate how specific approaches to social welfare education praxis developed in response to the political context of what is considered professional clinical social work? What does it mean to perform Blackness as a social worker? How did NABSW founders, members, students, presenters, and early scholars challenge white supremacy? How did they talk back to it? How is Blackness represented as epistemology? And so as I move through the presentation, I hope that you will gather the clues and as we move forward. Next. So much like what we have experienced since, I would say, 2015, and actually over 400 years, but in particular, we are looking at historical markers that lead up to NABSW making demands and actually addressing social work and confronting social work's biases. In 1968, I want to read this quote from Shirley Chisholm, and she talks about when the Kerner Commission told white America that Black America has always known that prejudice and hatred built the nation's slums, maintains them, and profits by them, white America could not believe it. But it is true. Unless we start to fight and defeat the enemies in our own country, poverty and racism, and make our talk of equality and opportunity ring true, we are exposed in the eyes of the world as hypocrites when we talk about making people free. And so it came as a surprise to some of us who have lived these truths that people were surprised by the killing of Breonna Taylor and didn't link that back to Fred Hampton being assassinated. It came as a surprise to us that people didn't understand that there was a world of have and have-nots, that the issues of voting that we thought we had addressed in 65, where the Voting Rights Act was also on display and up for grab. It came as a surprise to us that as we addressed issues of civil rights and looking at things that were happening, bombings, terrorism, domestic terrorism, that folks act like they didn't know it. And so that they actually had to experience some level of trauma porn, Black trauma porn, in order to believe and trust the voices of Black people. And yet, social work was moving forward as if everything was okay. Next slide. And so, much like our ancestors who founded our organization, many of us who've been doing work around race, and many of us in our communities began to stop and say, we must disrupt this space. We have to confront this. If not now, when? And if not us, then who will come and bear this to, who will address these different issues? I lay out the National Association of Black Social Workers position statement, which was drafted May 26, 1969, and presented actually at the National Council of Conference on Social Welfare. This particular bulletin that you see, this picture, is actually the original bulletin, the cover of the original bulletin that was at that conference. And I'm not sure if I indicated, but I will be using primary resources throughout this entire presentation. So the 1968 position statement of NABSW, which was declared at the 95th Annual Forum and Exposition Program, represented a revolutionary act of exercising democracy on behalf of human liberation. This moment represented the collective resistance of community stakeholders, government and nonprofit representatives, social welfare experts, faith leaders, and social workers addressing structural racism. And so we know that one of the pushes of this particular conversation was that we were there and we were saying, wait a minute. Standing alongside of us was a national welfare organization that was addressing the issues around poor women, poor and Black women. We were there and we were addressing the issue that the government was using was actually busing in and exporting immigrant labor from Mexico in order to actually break the unions. We were also addressing that the welfare policies of the Nixon administration were just totally discriminatory and kept us in a place of submission and oppression. I want to call to your attention, though, also the fact that on point number 2, they talked about one of the demands was Black people who speak, write, research, and evaluate the Black community, Black people who are experts in the area. And so it's not enough to read a book or to say you to be external. We're saying from those folks who experience these different issues, those are also the experts. Next pick. We, the Black social workers, were challenging the issues about how Black families were being defined. We were challenging and pushing back on the Moynihan Report and addressing the issue of welfare colonialism. Welfare colonialism, which was like, let's just place the blame and the problem within the people, and let's just keep them codependent. Whereas the Black social workers were talking about liberation and strength. We were talking about, no, how do we self-determine in these spaces? We didn't want to follow the white normative definition of what it meant to be working class people, to be families, and what it meant to be a Black family. I apologize. I'm trying to hurry up and make sure, and somebody is texting me the whole time. I'll cut it off. Next. And so NABSW's Code of Ethics Preamble, if a sense of community awareness is a precondition to humanitarian acts, then we as Black social workers must use our knowledge of the Black community, our commitments to its self-determination, and our helping skills for the benefit of Black people as we marshal our expertise to improve the quality of the Black people. Our activities will be guided by our Black consciousness, our determination to protect the security of the Black community and to serve as advocates to relieve suffering of Black people by any means necessary. This particular picture is featured, of art is featured in a 1973 copy of the Black Caucus, which was and is the journal, peer-reviewed journal of NABSW. And so if you just look at that, we were talking about unity and love and survival and freedom. And other folks were saying, how can we control you and keep you in a particular space? Next slide. We were challenging the reproduction of whiteness. Social work had only one correct path to professionalization, at least this is what they called it, professionalization, that made white women heroes, normalized white women's ethos and culture as normative. It normalized white male positive epistemology as normative, as the golden standard of research, and promoted exclusivity and myopic interpretations of different issues and social concerns. It struggles for its platform while maintaining a closed membership, and raises concerns of ethics, of duality, and erasure. Once again, if this is another piece of art that is in a 1973 Black Caucus piece, and if you can see that the little boy is raising his fist and he's saying, "Say it loud, I'm Black and I'm proud." And he's also at the top, there's a poem and it's called Black, I can't even see that anymore. I think it says Black is Beautiful. But the point being that we were pushing back with imagery, we were pushing back with messaging, we were pushing back against what was happening at that particular time and saying, no, there's another path. Next slide. We, much like our counterparts in sociology, political sciences, at different institutions, at the HBCUs, we were listening to the drumbeat of the community, and we also saw as resistance a part of addressing Black power through institutionalizing Black radical thought. And so we sought to define what does it mean to recover Black humanity, not the Black humanity that didn't seem to be humanity in the larger public conversation, but what did it mean for us to have an understanding of what suffering looked like for us, but also what thriving looked for us, how we were going to define for ourselves, by ourselves, that what evidence did we have of strengths and resilience and innovation and critical thinking. And so we introduced culturally centered epistemology and ontology that captured the collective identity and mission of hope and liberation. We were very clear as the Black social workers that we need to institutionalize Black intellect as a resistance through scholarship, research, community participation, and agency. Next. One of the ways, what you're looking at now on your screen at the top is a copy of a 1973 newsletter into which you see some of the leaders. And we're addressing the issue of sterilization. That was a very common practice. We understood that we couldn't just focus on the individuals, but we had to address the system of change. How could we enact policies? How could we do things in such a way that we could disrupt business as usual? This particular issue is featured, that I'm featuring, talks about the Ralph sisters who were poor Black sisters in Alabama, who actually were targeted for sterilization without beknownst to their family members. And this was a common practice of how we were practicing social work. Social workers and public health nurses were going out into rural, poor communities, and especially communities of color, and saying, in exchange for your benefits to come out of poverty, then you must agree to be sterilized. This particular issue resulted in a class action suit that addressed basically discriminate. I apologize. I've got to stop rushing. This particular issue addressed the discriminatory policies in which we felt that at a federal level had to be addressed. And so the leaders of our organization, the National Association of Black Social Workers, actually went and presented at the federal level and testified to have this practice of how social work was being practiced and how social service delivery systems were being implemented in different communities, especially in Black and poor communities. Next slide. And so, I have a 5-minute warning. So in the reconciling of the curriculum with the everyday, one of the things that we knew was that people were coming in, actually schools and universities were recruiting people from who were out in the community, our lay folks, saying, hey, we want you in school. People came to social work with the understanding that this was a path in order to push against the system, in order to invite change, in order to practice something different, in order to impact policy. So we came very hopeful into these institutions saying, this is how we can make a difference. And for some, that was possible. Some people went on to become congressmen, such as Ron Dellums and Barbara Lee from that time. Other people really instituted new ways of thinking, such as an African-centered approach, such as the Black perspective. Understanding once again that we needed a multi-pronged approach in order to resist and push back against white supremacy. Next slide. As you go back and look at this presentation, I hope you'll take the time to understand that we were in alignment with the Black leaders across the entire nation, understanding what was happening. And so we too were holding these public and national conferences where we were discussing what shall we do next for liberation. Next slide. I talked a little bit about how we institutionalized Black intellect and how Black families was one of the very key things in which we sought to redefine, to talk about the Black experience, to really push the centering of race and cultural identity and knowledge production, and how we sought to groom Black scholars. Next. Certainly, we believe that our nation is moving towards, we believed in 1968 that our nation was moving towards two societies, one white, one Black, separate and unequal. Next slide. And so I ask of my colleagues now, centered in this time and space, much like we had to ask ourselves in 68, is this an opportunity, a moment in time for us to reclaim, recover, reconcile, or delete? How did those ancestors predict that they or lay the groundwork for our present day issues? Last slide. Thank you so much. And I look forward to the panel discussion.
Dr. Davison, thank you very much. That was an incredible presentation. First, let me say your QR codes were amazing. I only had the chance to scan a couple because I was wanting to pay attention. But one, I hope everybody takes note of that just as a pedagogical tool. I had never thought of doing that, but that's amazing. And I hope everybody will go back and just take your camera up and scan those QR codes for some really great resources. Where did you get that idea from?
Pardon me?
Where did that idea come from?
That I did because I wanted to hyperlink them, and that would have taken me out of side of the presentation. And so a QR code allows people to actually store those onto their phone as supplemental documents and information. And so when you go back and look at the presentation or slide, if you want to present it somewhere else, you will have a breadth of information. It's very difficult to condense 52 plus years into 20 minutes. And so I felt overwhelmed at time, and that was an easier way for me to do it.
Great. Well, before we bring in our panel, I have one question I want to ask you. And Dr. Davison, I follow you on Twitter, so I know you'll have some thoughts about this. But you know, you shared some great history. what would you say, how is the social work profession doing today in its work towards liberation of Black Americans?
Is this a trick question or? I think we can do better. I think we have an opportunity to do better. I'm not happy with my profession at times. I think we center a pathology conversation, that we focus on the individual without holding the systems accountable like we should. And so it's not a either or, it's not a dichotomy. It has to be all of the above. It has to be a more thought out way, a continuum. As I kept saying, it was a very strategic way that we have to be doing all the work. And so that's how I see it. I want us to push further. I want us to be in there. We have social workers who are part of Congress. Barbara Lee is part of the Black Panther experience and and was a member and continues to be a member of the Black social workers. I mean, and she saw the way to resist as a student, and she's carried that spirit all the way to Congress. And you still see her out there fighting resistance. There's more than one pathway to liberation. And so I think we just need to push, and not just for Blacks, but for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
I want us all to win.
Right. So what would you tell the profession? What do you want to tell social workers before we bring the profession? How should they be pushing?
We have to create a space for there to be innovative ideas at the table. I have listened to the presentations and I am so hopeful. Thank you. Thank you for the people who got together with the power and decision made and decided to put some money and some time behind this whole entire symposium. I'm hopeful. I'm listening to the different strategies. How do we raise those voices up? How do we stop telling those folks, don't say that, don't write that? You know, you're not going to get tenure. The minute we started tying respectability politics to being a professional and being a professional here, we actually muted and shut down those voices that were saying, listen, we need to try something different. And so I really am encouraged. Representation, of course, but not just representation in terms of body, but representation in terms of literature. One of the things I know that you have noticed is there's so many people that keep saying, I never knew this, I never knew that, I never learned that. And some of us have graduated from some of the top schools and still top schools. What does that mean? How are you a top school, but you're not teaching historical accuracy around issues, and you're not allowing for other voices to be represented? We have really put ourselves in different little modes, and I'm hopeful. This generation right now, I love them. No fear, no fear. I call my students freedom fighters for that reason. I just love it. No fear. They're like, look, I'm going to risk it all to make a difference in this world.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. This was a great way to close our panel presentations for the day. I think we're going to welcome back our other panelists because we do have some questions from our viewers. Okay. So welcome back, all of you. And our first question here is for Dr. Dillon. Says the American Psychiatric Association released an apology for BIPOC communities for its historical racism. What would be that kind of apology from our social work community look like?
It has to be sincere. It has to be authentic. It has to be inclusive. I think there was an attempt to throw out some Black Lives Matter kind of comments this summer, and it actually did more harm because it didn't appear to be authentic to us, those of us who were sitting on this side, because at the same time that we were saying Black Lives Matter, oh, isn't this terrible, look what happened, we were saying, oh, and here's a call for paper, and here's a call for paper, here's a call for paper, and we were really pushing out. And while I understand that's the nature, we were also not giving people an opportunity to sit in a level of trauma that was going on all levels. There was no space for how do we heal. It was, let's see how we can profit off of this. Let's make sure we get some research out there. Let's move some other things. We still were doing academia. Where was our collective effort to get out there on the streets and open up some spaces and be with our communities? And I don't want to, and I know other people might have also a thought to that, but it has to be sincere. It has to be collective. And it cannot just benefit us in a CV line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think that's a good question for anyone else on the panel. Anyone else want to chime in there? I mean, should social work apologize for historical racism, and then what should that look like?
Is that a trick question? I heard you ask that before. Dr. Davis.
Not a trick question.
I think Dr. Davison said it really, really clear. Is that the first thing is the intention, and is it sincere? When you apologize to a friend or a family member, you know the sincerity, right? And that's what brings the healing. As on a whole level, I think it has to be the same way. And to live in that moment and honor that pain that it's caused, that's there, and move forward, right, together.
Yeah, to echo that a little bit, I think it was 2002, correct me if I'm wrong, the Child Welfare League of America apologized to Indian Country for the adoption project. But following up those apologies with some real sincere dedication to move the conversation forward and to be inclusive of the, of the people who it impacted. So.
Melanie, I think you were going to say something before we got to this next one. I saw you start to. You're on mute.
I just wanted to add that beyond offering apologies, part of our role is to think about how we work with communities of color. As a white social worker, I applied for and got this large grant from a federal organization, and I had, of course, a prepared outline for what we were going to do in this process of this 5-year plan. And I hired and paid and subcontracted with these teams of people to come together to help me fulfill my grand plan for this work. This is fairly early in my academic career, and I wanted to really please my federal funders. And when the community, including the folks that you see here, Stephanie, Jesse, Harmony, came together and said, we have a better plan than you put on paper, I had a lot of resistance to that shift. And I had some role stuff, that ego stuff that really got in the way of me saying, like, oh, you probably all know better than me about this because this is about your community. Now, I knew child welfare. I was the child welfare researcher, right? And so beyond just apologies, this is part of our everyday interactions with how we work with communities in our research and scholarship and classrooms. And I guess I'm embarrassed, but also grateful to get to the point where I realized that my real role is to turn this work over to the people who know how to do the work in their communities and elevate that work wherever I could. And I guess that's my part of my apology, at least, to the community and the work that we've done in this way for so long.
Can I offer one last thing also? Apologies not only need to be said, but they need to be followed up with policy change. We need change. We need system change. We're not, that falls flat. If we continue to operate underneath the same guise, if what changes as a result of that, we can't heal and reconcile that if we don't also change. As you know, it all becomes too cosmetic, and that's what we are very fearful in our communities right now, that this will be cosmetic and this will have passed as a fad versus the policy change, because 1968 sure feels a whole bunch like right now. It sure feels a whole bunch like right now. And we had that moment. And so will we now be, 50 years from now, still be back in the same space, circularly moving back? But I think the policy change is really, really, I would love to see us social workers collectively push for some differences.
Thank you. Absolutely. That goes back to that theme of what's just performative that we've been talking about all day. So I think we have one question for Gabby. What does the accountability piece of your group look like?
Great question. Accountability is a big thing. And I think it's so connected to the last question too, about a sincere apology and what that looks like. And how do you follow up the apology? Because an apology is not the solution, right? It's a starting point, but you need actionable change to really change systems. So how do we, here in Sister Scholars, for example, how do we keep one another accountable? One thing is we always end our group with, what is our goal for the month? Because we meet every month. And how can we support you during that time? And we utilize our group chat often to check in and to say, hey, you mentioned that you were trying to start a petition at your university. How is that going? How many signatures? How can I support you? How can I share this petition to get more signatures? Another example is not always related to like a specific productive goal, but it can also be, I need moments to reflect and to check my intentions and to check my motives and why we do this work. Especially in the social work profession, it is a values-based profession. And values, what I'm learning throughout day in, day out, values are exhibited differently and the action related to it looks differently. And some actions can be very harmful or are harmful and can be very exclusive, not inclusive of other communities. So taking time to reflect. So like one of our sisters, her goal was to say no because she needed time to reflect into why she was doing the work she was doing, which was on intergenerational trauma in the Los Angeles community. And so by engaging in that work, even though it's not productive, you're not busting out articles or getting publications, that's so important to remember your why and why we engage in these changes in different systems we're a part of.
Well, thank you all for being part of this symposium today. I really enjoyed these presentations and I'm going to rewatch them. And I know many of them will be very valuable resources for those of us who are in academia moving forward, and as well as in social service agencies. So thank you all for being part of our presentation today. And now before we close for today, I want to remind everyone to please save the date for part 3 of our symposium on March 4th and 5th, same time, 12:30 Eastern, both days. And in part 3, I'm really looking forward to that because in part 3, we're going to begin the process of turning our attention to the future. And more specifically, we're going to begin the process of reimagining an anti-racist future. A future free of racist violence, a future free of racial inequities, and social work's role in creating that future. We have an incredible lineup of presentations that will start this process of not just imagining an anti-racist future, but as I said, social work's role in creating this future. So I hope you'll join us March 4th and 5th at the same time, same place on the University of Houston Graduate College of Social Work YouTube channel. And now I want to turn things back to Dean Sandra Crew, who is going to give some closing remarks along with some very special guests. So thank you, Sandra.
Hello, how's everyone doing? Thank you so much, Dean Detlef Allen, for hosting this really important series that we just heard. I know that you're all as excited as I am about the entire 2 days. I really started to think about this whole notion of apologies, and colleagues, reparations kept coming to my mind, thinking about the Freedmen's Bureau and the Freedmen's Bank, where African Americans were swindled from their money. And somehow apology doesn't always help with the resolution of the deficits that have been created in the community. So I'm certainly thinking about apologies and a little thinking about how do we make it better as we go forward. I am delighted today to welcome 2 additional guests, and we can bring them up now as I begin to go through my closing remarks. We have with us Dr. Mitt Joyner, who is the president of the National Association of Social Workers, and the Howard University School of Social Work, John and Barbara Jacobs, who's now a professor. We have my other colleague with us, Ms. Melissa Haley, who is the president-elect of the National Association of Black Social Workers. So they are going to help me to wrap up this part 2 series. And again, I know they've been listening to parts of this, and they are equally excited about what we have heard and the way forward. So again, I'm Sandra Edmonds-Cruz, the Dean of the Howard University School of Social Work, and I am delighted to be the host of the part 2 session. As I think about our series on social work, white supremacy, and racism, what I know and what I have learned over the past 2 days, we have work to do. Our work is before us. But I've also learned that we have a pathway that we can follow from some of our ancestors, from our champions. So we are not starting from scratch. We are starting with some of the lessons that they taught us. So we've covered so much. I'd really like to take this moment to thank my co-organizers, Laura Abrams, James Herbert Williams, and Alan Detleff. Thank you so much for engaging in this important dialogue. And of course, for our technical support team, we could not do this without you. I am so grateful. And for all of the presenters, you have truly made these 2 days spectacular. So I have the complex task of really sort of trying to give some summation points. And it would be very difficult to really do this excellent job that I really wanted to do, because my colleagues have presented us with so much information. But let me start with the things that I'm thinking about as we move forward. The points that I would like to make is, one, we, the collective, have the power. We have the power to address the past historical inequities and related to racism and racial practices. And we can make a difference. So I heard that message coming through with the presenters. Number 2, we have the responsibility to examine our history and reframe social work education to include the accomplishments of individuals who have been excluded from the narrative. We have the responsibility of making our social work profession the reality of our experience. It was not just the experience of white women who established the profession. There were more than that. And we have heard about them, some of them today. Number 3, we really need to include core theories that include social justice throughout our curriculum. Some of these core theories that we have heard about are critical race theory, Black feminist theory, and intersectionality, and more. But I don't want us to stop there. We have new scholars on the rise. You heard them in the last 2 days. I want us to bring forth new theories that focus on what it is that we're doing today, that allows us to interrogate our future and imagine a new future. It is by doing this, blending the past with the present, that we can begin to see a way forward. I would also like us to, I was thinking about Laura Abrams, my colleague, who said earlier today as she started this session that she had to go back and revisit some of her earlier work. Thank you, Laura, for saying that, because your white privilege showed up in your work. But I would also like to say I need to revisit some of my earlier work, because the white privilege that was integrated into my education showed up in some of my work. So we all have homework to do. As we move forward, we have to go back and revisit what our earlier thinking was and really amend it to what we know today. We cannot let the deaths of the many, I won't call any names because there are so many. We will not let that be in vain. Their lives matter. And it's our responsibility to make sure that we don't have future victims. We need to stop the bleeding now. And again, I like to say that the way forward is through partnerships. Oh, I've heard so much about partnerships today. Partnerships that value versus negatively critique new pedagogies. Partnerships that don't say with the doctoral student, this is not going to get approved. Partnerships that don't say to the new faculty person, oh, you can't publish in that journal. Partnerships that say we value diversity. We really make our actions match our rhetoric. Partnerships that allow us to value the voices of others. Partnerships that allow each person's authentic self to show up. You don't have to agree with me, but you ought to be able to listen to me and hear what I'm feeling. Partnerships that embrace Black, Indigenous populations, as well as other people of color, and also persons with other experiences. You don't have to be a person of color to have an other experience. So we have to have partnerships that open these doors, partnerships that call out our street level bureaucracy and our complicity in the state that we're in today. And yes, partnerships that check our privilege at the door. These are the partnerships that I heard about us bringing forth today. I have learned over the past 2 days, as well as in part 1, that our profession is in good hands. We're in good hands because I've heard the emerging social workers speak about social justice, radical social justice, anti-racism. I've heard the doctoral students talking about their research, and I've heard new professors, assistant professors entering the field, and I've heard social work practitioners talk about the way forward. So I am hopeful, like Dr. McClain said, I am hopeful because I hear new voices at the table. And it's these new voices that make me excited. Now, yes, I understand the seminal voices, those who have a little seasoning in them, are important. But I think together we are much more powerful as a group of social workers and social work scholars. So today, I take the personal privilege of honoring the life of Cicely Tyson. And I do so because she has been such a great influence on African Americans and our presence in the media. Dr. Cicely Tyson, because Howard University honored her with an honorary doctorate degree, let us know there's a place and space for everyone in society. As she played alongside a social worker in the 1963 series, East Side, West Side. If you don't know about it, colleagues, just Google one of those series and see what Sister Cicely was able to do to teach a social worker. I really refer to her as a social worker, but she taught the social workers she worked with the indigenous ways of the community. So I pay tribute to her. I think about her quote that she says that challenges make you discover things about yourself that you never knew before. Today, we each have a challenge. We've discovered something about ourselves or our history that we did not know before. So that is my quick summary of the past 2 days, incorporated a bit with part one. And again, I take this time to say thank you, but to welcome feedback from my two distinguished colleagues who joined me this afternoon. Thank you so much. Uh, Colleagues, let me start with Ms. Haley. Let's start with Ms. Haley.
Dr. Crew, is always a pleasure, and Dr. Joyner, it's always a pleasure to be in your company. You know, listening to the professionals today, and in particular, very excited about our archivist, Dr. Davison, presenting in NABSW, introducing NABSW to a lot of practitioners. We have been anti-racist since inception, 1968, and we began because of racism. That we tried to demand to get the microphone. We tried to demand to get the floor. We demanded to be on the boards. We demanded to be acknowledged as the practitioners that we are in our community. And the systemic racism in the profession of social work begins from day one, right? When you hear about Jane Addams and you don't hear about Ida B. Wells, right? So when you see just one little paragraph about the African-centered experience, and when you talk about feminism and you don't realize that feminism and Black feminism is two totally different things, because I can't ascribe to something that is equally racist, but is only dealing toward one group of people, right? So what we have to look at as a community and as social work practitioners, as educators, you know, in the community, in the field, what can we do to ensure that there is safe space for people to be who they are? You talk about Cicely Tyson. My grandmother had a 6th grade education. She was a change agent. And at NABSW, we talk about change agents because we understand that a whole lot of people who are working in the community, making a difference, can't get into college. They can't pass the GRE. They can't become PhDs because they have problems with standardized testing that we know are systemically racist. We also know that the licensure exam in order to be an LCSW is systemically racist. We don't have the data from it, and there is data on every question of it. We need to know, because in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with the Black people who take the test and have challenges. I know they're great test practitioners. There's something wrong with the test. Is something wrong when we have to teach people that you have to think like white people in order to pass a test to practice in your community? So we need to look at how we continue to perpetuate this cycle of racism from the first day you get into social work school until you get into the practice in the community. When you look at evidence-based practice, Freud, for an example, has no evidence in the Black community. Anything a white woman in Australia is dealing with is totally different than a Black woman in New Orleans, right? So how do we determine what works for white people automatically works for everybody else, right? It's a different experience. So it's important that we look internally first. You know, before you can help somebody else, you got to help yourself. So we got to put that mirror up and we have to say, what are we doing in education? What are we doing in tenure? What are we doing in evidence-based practice? What are we doing in policy that continues the level of oppression?
Thank you so much for those gems, Dr. Joyner.
Well, it's always a pleasure to be with Dr. Crew and Dr. Haley. I just, I kind of look at my life and where I am today, and I keep on growing. There's not a day, and that's when I look at Cicely Tyson at 96. She was still acting. She was doing. Life doesn't stop for us because change has to happen. I was fortunate, and I will always say fortunate, and Melissa, you know this, to go to a HBCU. and I listened to what people said, and Dr. Davison was talking about what was in the curriculum and what was not in the curriculum. And it's hard sometimes for me to relate because I've always been taught a perspective, an inclusive perspective. You know, I was taught by Billingsley, Chung, Glasgow, Harriet McAdoo, Lawrence Gary. All of them required us to know theorists that related to us. And today, earlier today, I had a call with on child welfare, and you know, it's again the theorist, the strengths of people. And what I look at the academy is we have to assert our gatekeeping role. We let too many people out of the system, out of schools of social work, who do not want to work with people of color or vulnerable and oppressed populations. We have allowed students to dictate where they want to be placed rather than to go into the communities. I had no choice when I was at Howard University. I got my placement, I went, and I had to make it work, right? I think that our gatekeeping role has really kind of changed so that we could bring in, and I don't mean any disrespect to this, clinical people who only want to hang up their shingle and only want to work with certain clients. That's not social work. You can go somewhere else and do that. But social work is starting and changing those systems. I'm a systems theory person. I always felt that I was a change agent. No matter what I did, I looked at the person and then looked at the system and realized it was the system that needed to be changed and to take action. Because I find too many social workers read books, but they don't implement what they're saying. And so what I think for social work education and for social work practice, it's great to bring people to the table, but if you don't understand their depth and all the contributions they have made, you don't listen to what they're saying. And so it is important for us now to take action. And that is just not African Americans. This last year of my life on Zoom, it's been hard, but at the same time, it has taught me how systemic racism is strong as it's ever been. I am a child of the 60s. I watched the assassinations of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., of Malcolm X, of Medgar Evers. I knew their contributions. I knew what they spoke to the heart of me about what we need to continue. And yes, we need to build on these legacies. And yes, we have new scholars, and I am just enamored with some of the way that they think and what they do and how fast they can come up with information. But this is difficult work. And it's not work that you do between 9 to 5, leading NASW, and it's a free thing, right? I work over 24/7. I don't get paid for being president of NASW. Why do I do it? Because I made a commitment when I left Howard University to try to eliminate racism in my lifetime. And I have grandsons, and I am worried to death about the day that they try to drive from their house from Washington, D.C. to Westchester, Pennsylvania, and they are speeding. We're not speeding. They might be driving a car that people don't think like they should drive, and they're thrown out on the ground. And because we've taught our kids to speak up, they speak up. And then in one flash of a second, their life is removed from them. And yes, we have all of these things and places where we remember all the people that have died and were murdered. But we can't just continue to do that. What does reimagine mean? It doesn't mean going into one community. It demands respect right from your family system. And if you are in a white family system, you've got to do the hard work. You got to start there with your family, in your neighborhood, in your community. I firmly believe that there is a place for people who are not Black, Indigenous, or a person of color. you get this upfront view of what people are saying about us. And you have the role and responsibility to bring change. I worry sometimes that people aren't that committed. If you hear, and I often hear when going on all these Zoom calls, where some students are saying, wow, when I bring things up in class, my professor rolls their eyes and says, don't do this, or I'm being disruptive. But what about the white students who are sitting in that classroom? Why are they not speaking up and saying, wait a minute, you can't say that? Taking the risk that they need to take. These are the actions that you can do every day. It's hard being a person of color in a white institution. And that is the beauty, and I know, Melissa, you've talked about that, of having that HBCU knowledge. Because they taught us way back when I remember Barry Wells saying to us, never play this game, play it like you're playing chess. Never make a move unless you know the move that the other person is making. So what I'm saying to you all today is everything that you've heard today and the day before yesterday and in this 3-part series, don't just listen. Take a piece of paper and say what action you're going to take. And then take that action, because that's what how change gets made.
Well, colleagues, I really thank you for that insight, but I have a question for you. If I am a person out there in the community and I'm considering social work as a profession, hearing all of the things that we haven't gotten right, why should I want to become a social worker today?
Well, you can't, you're supposed to work from the inside out, right? So if you want to be, Sister Cynthia Weber said, if you're not at the table, you on the menu, right? So you need to be inside in order so you can be there. Now, it's easier for me to sit at the table that my daddy wouldn't even look at, right? And I'm a second generation social worker. And my father joined NABSW the year I was born, and the same things he was fighting for, I'm still fighting for, right? And so it's a lot easier for me to sit at the table when Mick Joyner is at the table, right? Because it's a safe space where I understand that somebody hears me. And so you have to encourage, and we have to say that if we want to make change, we have to do it from within. And we also have to look at, and it's important to say, in terms of what we value, right? So if you look at the social work profession, you think clinicians are more valued because they're paid more, right? So what do we do to equalize those people who go into communities, my practitioners who go into homes, community-based? We don't wait for people to drive up and come see us. We go to see them and take care of them. How do we demonstrate you can be a social worker and make money? You can work in the community and be valued. So these are some of the inequities that take place. And if you're at the table, you can say, I'm a vice president of program operations. And I'm like, well, hold up. What about the people who are doing the work? How do we make that happen? So it is very important that we not only just look and say, well, somebody else needs to do it. That's not African centered. If you're going to send somebody, send me. And so I'm going to go, and I'm not going to have faith in the system, because faith without works is dead, right? So if you want to do those kind of things, you have to ensure that you are putting forth the action and making the effort.
Melissa, thank you for letting us know that we have to be at the table, but also when we're at the table, we have to lean in and let our voice be heard, because I started the conversation a day ago talking about silence is not an option. Mitt, you want to weigh in on that? Why?
Yeah,
social work.
I think we have made some change. I am president of NASW, but I stand on the shoulders of Whitney Young Jr. And Whitney Young, when I think about, okay, what Whitney Young went through, bomb threats, the very fact that he created change. I was just talking with someone in his family, and Arnita Young Boswell, who was also went to Whitney Young School of Social Work, his sister Do you know that she flew with the Tuskegee Airmen, that way back when she was a Black activist, that she brought change to Chicago, brought people in? Those are the stories that we have to tell. And so I think we are beginning, and we have, I mean, when I listen to all of the people that spoke today and the history, we've got great history. I remember when I was at Howard University in 1971, where they chartered a plane and went to the NABSW conference in California. And there they proclaimed that Black children should not be adopted. We should, by white families, we should first try to find African American families. I always remember that moment in time, and I have built on that, right? And I know that there are other people in my class that have done the same things, and I know that there are more. So we have brought change, but it's time for us, this time in history, 50 years from now, when people look back and say, what did social work do at this moment of time? Because if you remember in the 70s, after the 70s, money was released, change was made. School social workers, actually, that's where school social workers hire people to go into the schools. What's going to be, when you look back, the change that happens during this period of time? We have an administration right now that is as inclusive as any administration ever. They're hearing all of the voices from every racial group and ethnic group, and disabilities, and also every LGBTQ, everyone is represented. What's going to be the change that we make? So it's important. And Melissa and I have talked, NABSW and NASW, we sit down and we talk about how can we work together and bring change together. So, and I know there at Howard University, I have an opportunity to do something with John Jacobs. And what I tell everybody to do, I mean, this endowed professorship that I have, Google John Jacobs, who was a graduate of Howard University's master's program, and look at the contributions that he made. It is important that we rise up those voices, because that is the vision that we have to have. And that's the change that we will take.
Thank you so much, colleagues. As you mentioned, John Jacob, it's not unusual for people to know Whitney Young, but they may not know John Jacob was also National Urban League and a social worker. So our time has come to close, and I really want to continue this conversation, but I really have to be respectful for the time that's laid out. But again, I would remind our audience and our participants that we will continue this dialogue on March 4th and March 5th with Alan Detleff leading us into part 3 as we talk about envisioning an anti-racist future from practice to policy. Again, I thank all of our participants today, whether you were a speaker or whether you were in the audience, because I think, as I said earlier when I started this is your intellectual service. It doesn't come with CEUs because it's service. It's service to our profession. So I thank all of you and have a great evening, and go out and get it done. Let's make it happen. Thank you so much.